Welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel. Open mic number 141. Hello everyone and welcome to this open mic. A little bit of a different edition than what we normally do. We have done rebuttals in the past. This one's I've actually got several depending on time how far we'll get, but definitely got several different ones. The Ken Kratz ones are pretty short, but they're interesting and for many reasons. And then I have an interview of Sean Reck from May of 2020 we're going to listen to, and we're going to do it we're going to break it up. It's not just going to be listening to these things. We're going to stop and talk about it because that's kind of how you have to do it. I can't just play something or I'll get a copyright strike. And so I had to play it in short clips, and it's a pain in the ass, but hey, whatever. We can still get it done. And then the last one, it's going to be a little bit of a surprise. Darkside had talked to one of our regular guests about playing a clip from Michael Griesbach. We're going to get to that toward the end of the podcast, so that should be interesting as well. Anyway, let's let everyone that's with us here today in the chat and Discord say hello, starting with Alice.
Panel. Hi everyone in chat. It's great to see you all. It's lovely to see that we've got quite a full house on panel tonight. We've got a one extra that's joined us on screen but is normally just in chat, and that's the lovely Dassey. So it's lovely to see your picture on the panel, which is great, and looking forward to what you've got for us, Jack.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Alice. And then, of course, I'm not sure if Andy's mic is working or not, but if he wants to say hello, you're more than welcome to say hello, and we'll continue to go, or you don't have to. It's entirely up to you.
Hello there. I don't know why I'm on because I'm sure I'll be hopeless. Good evening, everyone.
No, don't say that. You're kind of our sound wizard there, Andy. You've done some.
Well, I'll try
stuff.
my best.
Yeah, you've done some excellent stuff with a lot of this really crappy audio, man. I can't thank you enough. Some of the stuff is terrible, and you cleaned it up where it's at least half palatable. So.
Yeah, some of it is really atrocious. Yeah,
it is. So.
And hard to do something with. Yeah.
Absolutely. But you've done it. You pulled off a little bit of magic, and we really appreciate it.
If I can help it any way I can, then I will do.
I know you will. I know you will. All I have to do is just ask, and freaking Andy says like, okay, I'll get to it when I can. I mean, he's got a regular job too, so it's not like he's just sitting around waiting for people to send him stuff to clean up. It's not like that. This guy works full time, so this is all extra, that he does for us, so, and for everyone actually. So we really appreciate it, Andy.
Pleasure.
And
I shall mute now.
That's fine. And the lovely Darkside. Hey, Darkside, if you want to say hello, you can. If you don't want to, hey, that's okay too.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, thank you, Darkside. And then Disco. I'm not sure if Disco got her headphones working or not. Disco?
I didn't. So if I sound terrible, I'm really sorry. I might have to work that out. But hello, everybody in chat. Hello, panel.
You sound fine.
I'm very excited about discussing this, even though it's an old interview.
Absolutely. I'd never heard it before, but
No, I'd never heard it before, so it's quite juicy, and I've never been part of a rebuttal before, so let's get this butt going.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, I've done a few, and I listened to a good chunk of of Sean's interview the other day, but then I listened to the rest of it today. It's really interesting, the shit that comes out of his mouth. So anyway, and then we have Cherie. I don't recall. How are you?
I'm good. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Open Mic.
Thanks, Cherie. And another one of my lovely sisters, Susan.
Oh, I'm here. Hi, Jack. Hi, everybody. Welcome.
Did you get your ass kicked at work?
I did. I just got home.
well, get a cool drink and whatever.
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, you're gonna like today.
Good. Looking
Yeah,
forward to it.
got your buddy Kratz up first here in a minute, so.
Yeah. Ready to roast that asshole.
Then my last lovely sister here, just Rhonda.
Oh, I thank you, Jack, brother. I appreciate that. That's very kind. Yeah, just excited to hear what's going to be spewed from the mouth of Satan himself, so we can tear it down. So let's rock and roll.
Satan himself. Okay, I'm just gonna push the down button on the elevator like I've told you in the past. I'll hold the door. I swear.
Thanks. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so as I said, from a copyright standpoint, I have to be careful about how much I play in any one clip. I think the maximum is 30 seconds, and then I'll need to stop, and then we can do a rebuttal, then we can play some more, stop, so forth. This first interview, yeah, and I don't like it either, but YouTube their algorithm is pretty much on it, and they're pretty strict. So if I get shut down, you'll know why. But this is a rebuttal, and you're allowed to rebut. I know legally we can do that. And I think that I don't know how many people have listened to these interviews. I'll link them in the video description. I didn't link the others. I don't believe I did yet. But the other ones that we're going to discuss, I'll link those as well. The Sean Rick one coming up, and then the last one from Griesbach. I'll put the link in the video description after we get done. And I'm 99% sure I've not heard any of this last one from Griesbach. I think it's from his book. Isn't that right? Isn't that what you told me, Dark Side? Let me look what you said here. Yeah. It's on his book, Indefensible. So, anyway, let me get this first one. Oh, Alice, would you greet everyone in the live chat, please?
Yep, sure, Jack, no problem. We've got our William. Hi, William. We've got Gloria. We've got Mystic Jinx Speaks In. Hi, Mystic Jinx. We've got Jazz Naz. We've got Moss Call. Dark Side is in chat. We've got TTM. Hey, TTM. Great to see you. Rhonda's in chat. JD. We've got Under Your Scars. Andy B's there as well. We've got Colette M. Hi, Colette. Great to see you back. We have let me see, Angie Dickinson. Hi, Angie. Great to see you again tonight. We've got Shandy Elliott. Hi, Shandy. We've got Rumour Has It. Angie Dickinson. Pete Moss. Wooden Ballot. Pete Moss. Hello. We've got Charlotte Dowling. We have, there's Susan in chat. We've got Cher in chat. Hi, Cher. Great to see you, my dear. We've got the lovely Katie Did It. Hi, Katie. Let's see, who else have we got? Cher, William. We've got JJ Falk. Hi, JJ. Nice to see you back with us. We've got Nan's Life. We've got, oh, now I'm going to butcher this name and I do apologise. We've got Severy Hegeland. Hello, Severy. I do hope I'm spelling that properly. If not, I do apologise. It's lovely to see you in chat. I know you have been in chat before, so it's great to see you back again. We've got Anthony Hills. Hi, Anthony. We've got AP. Hi, AP. That's a new name I don't think I've seen in chat before. So welcome to the Foul Play channel. And the Doc's just bumped in there. Hi, Doc. Great to see you. Hope your appointments are going well. And I think that is us for now. If I have missed you. I do apologise. If you say a wee hello again or write another message, we'll come back to you when we stop for a wee break in a chat. So thank you everyone for coming.
Thank you, Alice. Yeah, we really appreciate people coming and following the cases and the different aspects of this peripheral stuff, as I call it. It's not directly case related, but you got a guy like Ken Kratz was the lead prosecutor, special prosecutor, and he comes along and these interviews, I think it's April 23rd or 24th last month, so these are new. And the guy that did it is you'll hear him say his name. What's his name again, Rhonda? I can't remember. Stephen.
Yeah, I can't remember either. Stephen something.
Yeah, from
Yeah.
Go ahead.
He began his
Schuster or something?
Huh?
No.
He
Schuster?
began his own YouTube. He began his own YouTube channel, but I guess he is a part of Wisconsin Law Journal, but he's not a part of the Wisconsin Law Journal video channel, YouTube channel. He's got his own, and that's what he made this video on, or this interview on.
Right, there's only a few videos on his channel, so I guess he
Yeah.
had to do this separately, even though he's part of the Wisconsin Law Journal. So yeah,
Right.
thank you for that. Thank you for explaining that. So this guy, this interview here, you'll hear it. He asked some, I don't know, he asked some questions about the case, which I thought were interesting. But what's even more interesting is what comes out of Kratz's mouth. Now, look, we're glad you all are here, but foul play is not responsible for your gastrointestinal problems after listening to this guy. There could be, I put up the warning, there could be some F-bombs and so forth, and we apologize for that, but this guy, he's very polarizing, and he just brings out the worst in people. And even this guy that does the interview says it, which is really even more interesting to me. So anyway, let's listen to close to 30 seconds, and then I'll stop it, and we'll talk. So if you're here in Discord, you're going to have to unmute. You can mute your mic, but you got to unmute YouTube to hear this. So here we go.
Hi, I'm Steve Schuster, Managing Editor of the Wisconsin Law Journal. We're here in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin today with former District Attorney for Calumet County, Ken Kratz. Hi, Ken. Got a few questions for you.
Hi, Steve. Glad to help.
Tell me, who killed Teresa Hallback?
Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey.
And if we were to assume for a moment that Mr. Avery did not kill Teresa Hallback, who would you put as the first suspect?
Okay. Number one, and not to be too judgmental, but he don't look good.
No, not at all.
Look at his eyes. I'm not saying he's sick. He probably isn't. I'm sure he's had a lot of weight on his back for many years now since this case, because we saw the results of what happened after these two cases, and he basically imploded after being 25 year prosecutor. This broke his back because of what he did. It didn't have anything to do with making a murderer, because all that happened prior to Making a Murderer being released. So he can blame them all he wants, but back in 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, 11, 12, there was nothing that had been released. And in fact, Kratz and I think the Griesbach, Jinx knows, released they created their own little documentary. It was awful, but whatever, prior to man being released. Anyway, he directly blames, they had questions asked, who killed Teresa Hallback? He directly blames Stephen and Brendan. And then, Of course, he's going to do that. And then the question is asked, well, if they didn't, who did? That was the second question. And the guy's name is Steve Schuster. And so let's hear the rest of that. I played 27 seconds, so we should be good. All right, here we go. We're going to play a little bit more.
Nobody?
To the best of your knowledge, do you believe that Manitowoc County law enforcement or any other law enforcement entity planted evidence in this case?
Not in this case, and I don't know of any other case.
Ken, if you had been on the other side of the fence during the initial prosecution and you were Stephen Avery's original defense attorney, how would you have handled?
Yeah, there you go. That's another interesting question that's coming up. You notice he didn't answer the last one. He's going to answer this one a little bit, but not really. Pretty much, he just kind of blows it off to me. You guys got any comments? I see a lot of chat, or I see some chat going by in the live chat. Alice, Susan, Rhonda?
No.
Sandy
I'm just
Elliott
gagging
says,
over here. Oops, sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Alice.
Oh.
Sandy Elliott says, didn't he say during the Avery trial that there was just one killer, meaning Stephen? So how did there become two killers during the Brendan trial? Yeah, but not only that, even after the trial and everything like that, I think it was maybe something like 2010 or something like that, he actually came out and said that he didn't think Brendan had anything to do with it as well. I mean, he needs to make up his mind.
Well, yeah, it's interesting talking about Brendan. It's really interesting what Sean says about Brendan. I was pretty floored by it, actually. But yeah, he's made statements over the years that kind of seemed like he thought that Brendan was innocent or had really very little to do with any of this. I mean, before when the Seventh Circuit stuff that he was talking about with I remember if it was Fallon or I don't remember. He was emailing somebody about a sentence reduction for Brendan. It was really surprising to me, considering what they charged him with and what he was accused of, first degree murder and all this other stuff. And you're going to cut his sentence to nothing? You're going to cut it down to time served or close to it? Really? Why would you do that? Why would you do that for somebody you think did this? You wouldn't. I'm sorry about the gagging, Sister Susan. I could have done a transcript and let you read it, and we could have done a back and forth that way if that would have made you feel better. Sorry, that's me. Anyway.
Yeah. It is.
Jinx says this is an opportunity for you, Susan, to better your impression of him.
Yeah, and I told her my impression sucks, but so does he. So.
True. All true. All right. So the question was, we're going to pick it up again, and we're going to listen to a little bit more. How would you handle, if you were a defense attorney on Stephen, what would you do differently? So let's pick it up here.
Handled this differently?
Well, I would have filed different motions, of course. I've been asked before what I would have done if I was Stephen Avery's lawyer, and I always had the same question. I would have lost. We disproved all of the defense theories about planting, in our case, even before they really raised it.
So then why isn't Mr. Avery's blood on any of the objects in the car that he would have grasped with his hand?
Yeah, that's roughly another 25 seconds or so. Why wasn't Avery's blood? And he goes through a list here asking why Avery's blood wasn't on these different pieces of in the car. The door handle, the gear shift, the steering wheel, and several other places. And he also talks about fingerprints. And what he says about fingerprints really, I just can't believe the shit that comes out of this guy's mouth and expects people to believe it. It's absolutely ridiculous.
You know, Jack, Jinx pointed out that he's responding to Casey's challenge to guilters. That's what this guy's reading from.
Yeah, right. Still, it really, I get that, but it really doesn't matter where the questions come from. They're valid questions to me.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
He's just an idiot.
Well, and he thinks people are just going to believe what comes out of his mouth. Yeah, we're going to get more into the Sean interview, and him talking about, you're not going to believe the shit he says about, unless you listen to it, what he says about Making a Murderer, the series, and what he
it
says.
ruined his life.
I'm sorry?
It ruined his life.
No, I'm talking about Sean Reck, what he says about Making a Murderer. Yeah, it's have you listened to his interview?
Yes, I have.
It's
Yes, Doc. Yes, Doc. That's that's our main goal. He says, "Don't make me come on that podcast."
well,
spontaneously combust.
Well, if you need a vent, Doc, you're welcome to come on and I've already put up the warning, so I can put it up again. Won't take me but a second if you want to sling it out there. Because I'm like you, I'm holding back, just trying to be as respectful as I can be. We get pretty animated and we do drop some profanity sometimes, but I'm trying to get through this without going that direction. I'm trying. So, yeah, I really wish that they had sat down and done the entire list of questions from KZ and seen what he said unedited. I've already seen at least 2 edits in this, 2 cuts. So he's had him clip out what he didn't like or something. There's no other reason to edit. So
Shandy Elliot in chat, Jack says, I have a prediction that after Cam, those that were on the fence about guilt will quickly jump to the innocent side. Cam will probably change a lot of minds to the right side. Well, I mean, that's a hope that we can all have. That's what it's going to do to a lot of people. That's one of the biggest hopes that we can. But we know in ourselves that it's going to be law enforcement or the saints and angels of this whole case, and even as a vile person and should be locked up and everything like that. So I'm not going to hold my breath, but we can hope that as well, I would say.
Yeah, you'll hear in the interview with Sean about some of the things that they say they did that or Making a Murderer did, and this is, I guess it's relevant, but this is talking about the 2005 depositions. He says they're going to show a clip of what was in the deposition, and then they're going to show the transcript and what the Making a Murderer did to the video deposition when they showed it. And people are going to get boiling mad because they edited it to some degree. And I'm not really sure what he's talking about. I really don't know because I've read all the depositions at least once, and I've read some of them many times. So I'm not really sure what he's talking about, but we'll see. Another thing that's going to come. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and the edits that they in MAM that they complain about were explained well, I thought, in the Andy Colburn lawsuit. That
Absolutely.
They didn't have the footage. Yeah.
And
those edits didn't change anything, basically.
No, they really didn't. There's an objection from Kratz that was edited out, but the filmmakers, they turned over the horrible, unairable footage to Judge Ludwig, and he was able to watch everything. And he came to the decision that he did based on all of it. So,
Yep.
there's still a few that are beating the war drums for Andy. And, I do think that Andy got screwed, but it wasn't by making a murderer and the filmmakers. It really wasn't. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. You guys do. And probably
Sure
many
do.
that are listening right now. They didn't screw him. Convicting did. There's a couple there that really put it to that guy by having him sign the exclusivity deal, and he couldn't talk to anyone. He could have been doing a damn tour for the last couple of years telling his story. I'm sure there are a lot of people that are interested in his side, and that's fine. That's the only way you really get to the truth is to have all sides talking, if you can talk, and keep it amicable. Of course, that's where we run into problems with, this whole thing is so, again, it's so polarizing. People get emotional. They get really emotional, and then that affects how they approach these various people in the case. And I'm going to say this now. Um, Maybe I'm out of place by saying it, but I'm going to say it anyway. And this concerns allowing certain people in our live chat. And this is an argument that it really has blown up. I know many in the live chat don't know what I'm talking about. This happened on Reddit. It's a little bit on Twitter, but this happened on Reddit. I was attacked. Other people were attacked because we allow family members to come in and talk. The thing is with foul play, anybody can come and talk if they're civil. If they're a dick, the mods are going to show them the door. They're going to get warned, and if they don't stop, they're going to get thrown out. And I don't care if you're a truther or a guilter. If you're so cranked up about a subject that we're talking about, or you get so mad while we're talking or showing something, and you have to explode negatively to everyone here or to some person else in the live chat, you just need to step away for a few minutes and cool off. So that's not why we're here. We're not the Jerry Springer show. That's not what we're about at all. And you know, allowing, I don't care who they are, family member, law enforcement, if they want to come in and be decent and civil and have a discussion, that's what this is about. It's a debate. It's not a war. So I just want to say that openly. Again, we've said it before. People are allowed to come in and talk without exception. And I say that there probably are a few that we probably wouldn't allow at this point because of past history. But by and large, I'm talking about in the overall general scheme of things. If somebody's civil, they can come in and talk. And
Also, Jack, if I might add,
please.
Along with civility and respect, I think, it's a real struggle trying to keep people on topic.
It can be.
I don't mean, and let's see, and I'm not talking about the regular people that we have in our chat, like everybody that's here today. I'm talking about those who don't come to chat very often, but then pop in and start trying to bring up other topics completely unrelated to what we're talking about, knowing that some of their comments or all of their comments are going to start a distraction of what we're really talking about. And I mean, we had that just a few weeks ago. So
Yep.
I'm not saying that everybody in chat or here on the panel has to completely stay on topic 100% of the time, because we all do get sidetracked. But when I'm talking about bringing up other issues having nothing to do
With the
with
current
what we're
topic.
discussing or with what our goals are in general.
Absolutely. That's absolutely right. And we try to be good about that. People brings up something in the live chat they want to discuss about the case. There's many times in reading with the crew that Doc has paused and we've talked about whatever that is. We've done it in the open mic. So we try to be as accommodating, but we typically try to have something prepared for not necessarily a specific amount of time, but kind of an allotted time. to discuss, and it's good to try to stay on topic so we can get as much of that information on that what we've planned as possible. Minor sidetracks are fine, but Rhonda's right. We need to stay as much on topic as we can. And hey, look, this is not to say you can't bring it up. Please do. If you got a question about something that's really bugging you, put it in the live chat. We'll try to address it. So thank you for that. All right.
One of the questions I would love to ask Kratz, Jack, is that he was just asked there, who does he think killed Teresa? And he said Stephen and Brendan.
Yep.
One of the questions I would love to ask him is, well, if you believe that Brendan was capable of doing what he was doing, why then is it that your police forces and your lawyers and that are using Brendan's interrogation or coercion, I should say, as of what not to do? So how can you say that Brendan is involved in that? Explain that to me.
He'd probably have one of his damn piss bits.
Yeah, are you on cocaine?
Are you on crack? I can hear it now. Susan can probably say it better. But yeah, well, one of the questions I'd ask him is, Ryan was one of your key witnesses about X, Y, and Z. Why did he lie so many times? Can you answer that for us, Mr. Kratz? And see what he does, see if he turns purple. Because he did lie multiple times.
Yeah.
About his friend, about his former lover that he was involved with for 5 years. He lied. And I just don't get that, guys. I just don't.
No. Rhonda SD has joined us in chat. Hi, Rhonda. So is Jennifer Manning and Crockett. Hi, Crockett. Hi, Jennifer. Great to see you. I'm just checking to make sure, because I thought I seen somebody else coming in. I think I got Mo's earlier. No, I think that's all who's popped in. Oh, Yoga. Yoga's popped in as well. Hi, Yoga. Nice to see you.
Hey, appreciate you guys joining. All right, let's. We're at 1:17 of this 3-minute and 45-minute interview. So let's jump off a little bit more and see where we can get with it. All right, here we go.
And which would have also resulted in him leaving fingerprints.
Well, fingerprints are a little bit more difficult. Fingerprints are not an exact thing. In other words, there are many times, and our fingerprint expert testified.
I want to pause it here just for a second. I cannot believe that shit came out of his mouth. Fingerprints are as unique as DNA, and he's trying to
deflect.
say they're he's trying to say they're not.
Deflect.
Exactly.
Did you see that knowing little smirk he had while saying that?
I did.
Yeah.
And hands out of his pockets and then back in. Come on, that's a tell, dude.
He knows he's talking shite. He really does.
He does.
I'm surprised he's saying anything because he doesn't have his case file there, or the case file.
That's right. I can't really speak about fingerprints. I don't have the case file in front of me. You lying suck of crap.
But he did his hair and everything. He made it, put on a nice shirt and did his hair.
Oh, yeah. He's got his hair all combed back. I'm sure Leah trimmed his beard and, toenails and all that.
Looks to me like he has a ponytail.
He might. He might have joined Hell's Angels,
Yeah.
All right, let's chew off the rest of this question here, and then we'll pause again.
Mike Riddle testified in the trial mostly to elimination of prints. You're not going to find fingerprints that prevalently in an area where there's lots of fingerprints. And so no fingerprint match could be made, but all the other DNA matches were made.
Okay. That's such bullshit. He's trying to deflect all the fingerprints. Mike Riddle did all this and blah, 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 all that. they didn't run any of the fingerprints through CODIS. Or APIS, I'm sorry, not CODIS. APIS, my bad. So they only eliminated fingerprints of just really a handful of people. Not through the database. That should have been ran through, and it should be today. I'm actually surprised Zellner didn't ask for that. You just never know what's going to pop on that, right? I mean, the fingerprints have just kind of been discarded off to the side. But fingerprints technology was used. I don't know when they discovered that fingerprints were that unique. Does anybody know? I know it was way back in the 50s, maybe 50s, late 40s, 50s. I don't remember. Been a long damn time though.
Long time. He knows. He knows he's just
I
full of
think it was
shit.
like even in the at the turn of the century. I think they realised. I think they were doing it then. If they were correct, but maybe Scotland Yard were onto it. But
I don't know.
I don't know if there was a database though.
Not in the beginning, no. I don't remember when the database started getting put together. I just remember that, these different departments, including the FBI, they had to have their own fingerprint files, and that had to be done manually for years. Computers weren't part of that whole equation, and I guess until the 80s or maybe the 90s. I really don't remember. I know I've read about it. I just can't recall at the moment. It's really unimportant. Getting back to what this came out of this guy's mouth, he's deflecting anything about fingerprints because he knows there's 8 sets of latents that were never matched to anyone, and it should have been ran through APIS, and he knows that too. But we found the DNA. So, all right, if there's no questions or comments that we need to get to, then I'm going to play another little clip. We're at a minute 50. You guys are hearing this okay, right? I've got the boost up a little bit, but Rhonda, Susan, everybody hearing it okay?
Yeah, I hear it fine.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure. All right, we're going to listen to another little clip here.
So then why was Mr. Avery's blood not present on the key to the RAV4, the driver's door handle, the rear passenger door handle, the steering wheel, and the gear shift?
Well, as I indicated, I think it happens later in time. You need to know when Stephen Avery was bleeding. He was bleeding after he had parked the RAV4, so there were only a couple places that he would have reached in. By the way, my theory...
Yeah. Can you believe what came out of his mouth now? He never said that at trial.
What a load of bullshit!
Can you believe this guy?
Oh my God, man. It depends on whether he cut his finger before or after. What? That was your whole fucking scenario at the in the trial, is that he was bleeding profusely through this finger, so obviously he's cut it at the same fucking time or before. You idiot.
Disco?
I just think he can't keep his own bullshit straight now, and laughable. Like, because it's the timelines all over the place with wearing gloves, like gloves. It's just a mess, and I don't think as I said, he doesn't have the case files.
Well, you're basically saying that he did all this stuff, and then he didn't start bleeding until after he parked the car, or was it getting out, or I don't really understand what he's saying at all.
I think he's just mixing narratives.
He is. And then, I mean, this guy, it's not, I guess it was part of the question that KZ put to the guilters, but none of Stephen's blood was found in the cargo area of the RAV. And you can't tell me that with his finger bleeding, he wouldn't have dripped blood in the back of that RAV. You can't tell me that it wouldn't have happened. Picking up the body, sliding it in there. I'm sorry. I think his blood would have been back there mixed with hers.
in the pools of blood, apparently, he said, absolutely, it would have been mixed with ours.
Yeah, exactly. Any other comments before I play another little clip here? We good?
He's also saying that it. Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
No,
sorry,
go ahead.
Andy.
Go ahead, Andy.
Doc
Oh, I'm sorry. No,
says
go ahead.
Kratz and Pagel were responsible for the media manipulation from the beginning. They had an agenda to take Stephen down.
Absolutely. Especially in the beginning. Well, Fallon wasn't there in the beginning, but Kratz was. Fallon came on a little bit later, but yeah, he was probably there in the background feeding him stuff. I have to agree with Doc, even though he was probably a hidden partner at that time.
I think we found out early on Pagel has a background with all the radio stations. Like he'd some chummy deal with them, so he was very close to all the press, and everybody heard it all the time on the radio stations, not just the news stations.
Well, these people keep a good relationship with the cops. They have to. That's their bread and butter, so they can get the scoop. They have at least some access to whatever the case may be. So they can get it on the 6 and 10 o'clock news, 11 o'clock news, whatever. They have to keep these good relationships. That's advertising dollars. So it's a biased thing from the outset, the relationship between the police and the media. And I don't particularly have a problem with there being a relationship. And it doesn't necessarily have to be adversarial. It just needs to be unbiased. Report the stuff. Don't color it. And they do. And it's worse now than ever. Pagel did special courses in media. Oh, that's interesting. I did not know that, Doc. That's very interesting. I did not know that. Okay, let's chew up a little bit more of this. Get a drink of Pepto. Play a little bit more. We're at 2 minutes and 15 seconds, so we've got about a minute and a half to go to finish this first clip. All right, here we go.
He reached in across from the passenger door over towards the ignition to unlatch the hood in order to get under that.
Did you hear what he just said, what he just explained?
Sorry.
Well, number one, you can't reach across from the passenger door over to get the hood latch. Not unless you're like 9 feet tall. And why would you? But unless you're like 9 feet tall, even then it's probably a little bit of a stretch.
And Steven's not a big guy. Come on, man.
He is not that tall. 5'9",
like 5'6" or 5'7" or 5'8" maybe.
Yeah, something like that. He's not a tall man.
God.
Well, I know TikTok Manitowoc. He did a tweet and he included some photos of the RAV on the inside, just blowing this completely out of the water. It was really kind of funny and sad at the same time. Anyone that's on Twitter, I know not everybody does Twitter. You can get into some dark places, but you can mute that shit and block it and whatever. You can stay out of it. I do. I used to get sucked into it, but I go do what I want to do and I get out. But there's some really good information on Twitter. I know TikTok's on it. A lot of people that were that really got involved early are still there. But this was a really interesting thing that he said here, and it's really impossible. Stephen would have had to have climbed in the window to have reached that hood latch. Which why would he do? Why would he do it? Why would he do that?
Yeah, it's just and to think that Kratz thinks that we or anybody else would actually believe that's plausible just shows his level of stupid insanity. He's just Hey, Mark, welcome. It's nice to have you in our chat with us.
Hey, Mark. Hey, thanks for coming. Yeah, it's completely ridiculous to even say anything like this at all. Completely
Yeah, it's
crazy.
just stupid.
It is.
And he says it with a straight face.
Yeah. Yeah, Mark, we're close to 5'4", I think. See, Mark knows how tall Stephen is. So there's just no way he could have reached in through that passenger side door all the way over to the driver's side, on the left side of the driver's side to undo the hood latch. Why would he do that?
You would see his little feet hanging out the passenger window, kicking up and down. I can't
Hey,
reach the latch.
it's what Sheree said. I don't have the case file in front of me.
Yeah, exactly.
Just go.
I'd just like to thank Rhonda there for the Pooh Bear image of him being in a hole. Like Stephen Avery trying to get into the RAV to do it from the passenger side.
I might have a sound effect that will better explain. Yeah, I think this is it. Sorry, had to ad lib that a little bit. All right, we've got. Let's chew off a little bit more of this clip. We are at 2 minutes and 27 seconds. So let's just hear a little bit more because this is a natural cut in this interview. So let's go.
All right, Ken, can you explain why the prosecution contended that the RAV4 could not have been driven onto the Avery property from the Rendant pit, despite at least 4 entry points from the pit?
The suggestion that this vehicle was placed somewhere and just dumped can't be true at all.
We're approaching the 30-second mark. I have to break it there. Yeah. You heard what Steve Schuster asked him about the entry points from other areas to the Avery salvage yard that we know of for sure. There's across from Cuss Road down the cornfield to Avery's. There's the conveyor belt road or conveyor road, whatever you want to call it. I think there's an entry from Jambo Creek that you can get in there. But there's many different ways to get into the back of that property that really didn't make it into making a murder. So unless you really studied the case, you're not going to know that. Yeah, no doubt, Mark. It's definitely a cross deflection comment. I can't believe what comes out of this guy. That's coming out of this guy's mouth. It's like he's got this whole other script in his mind that, and it's clearly wrong. That he's trying to pull the conversation in a different direction to answer these questions of the guilt or challenge. Did they ever find out who drives a white Jeep? No, we don't know, Shandy. No, I'm afraid not. What was Veronica's question, Rhonda?
So, TJ and Ronica have joined us in chat. Hi, TJ. Hi, Ronica. Nice to see you both.
Ronica wanted to know where she could get a link for these videos, so I'm just putting them in the chat.
Well, yeah, you can do that. Thank you for doing that. And you can also, in the video description, there is a link to a Reddit post I made. Both links, both links to both videos are in that Reddit post I made. Yep, there you go. I mean, I just straight downloaded these 2 videos because I really got a little concerned that they would get pulled. Kratz is really bad about that kind of stuff where he gets on and says stuff that's, he comes back later and says, "Damn, I shouldn't have said that." I don't know if Steve would pull these or not at his request. I really don't know. I would hope he wouldn't, but I grabbed them anyway. Any more questions? By the sum of his answers, it almost sounds like these questions were not screen beforehand. Well, yeah, I tend to agree with that, Shandy. But I know that way back in 2016, 17, when Kratz was going around with Fassbender and some of these other things that these radio interviews that he would do, I do remember reading a report that Kratz demanded, um, basically, that he wanted to know every question that they were going to ask him and all that kind of thing. So that was kind of a rider before he would appear on anybody's radio broadcast.
Yeah, but not only that, Jack. These questions and that are being asked are from the challenge that Kathleen Zellner
Yeah.
put out to guilters, and she did a whole article basically saying I challenge guilters too, and then she did a whole list, a variety of different things.
Like 100 questions, wasn't it?
The case.
Wasn't it like 100
Sorry,
questions, guys? Wasn't it like 100 questions?
Yeah, something like that. It was for them to answer these questions truthfully and honestly, and I think that's where that's where these questions and that are coming for Kratz and that.
It is.
So
It is.
Didn't she offer like a $10,000 reward or something for?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think he will have the other video where he like the rest of them?
I doubt it.
Yeah, I doubt that too.
I mean, it would be good, but I seriously doubt that Kratz would sit through that and would be able to put together anything that's cohesive. Because just, we're 3/4 done with this thing, and this is just a terrible. His answers are so bad.
Well, he is in that other interview about his book saying she's put out a reward where she hadn't put out a reward at somebody else that put out a reward. She just advertised it. And he goes, well, I should have that money because I can the right person. Well, maybe if he had all the answers, he could collect that other 100.
There you go. Absolutely. All right, we're at 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Let's chew up a little bit more of this. Here we go.
There were attempts made to camouflage to hide the vehicle. Now think about this for a second. If you want to hide a vehicle, you don't want it to be found. If you want to plant a vehicle, it has to be found. You wouldn't plant something in an area which you could never probably find it. If you can't.
I'm going to say that's an embedded confession right there. I don't know what you guys think. Susan, Rhonda, Alice?
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
It's so stupid.
Yeah, his argument here makes no sense to me whatsoever.
No logic.
No logic.
I mean, the way that rap was staged made it stick out like a sore thumb.
Indeed. And no other cars had shit pile all over it. The hood's leaned up against them. Stuff on top of it.
The RAV's still showing on the back.
Yep, the big RAV Toyota RAV
tire.
Spare tire cover. That's right.
Yeah.
Ronica's got a question. You want to read that out, Alice?
I can read it, Jack. I was just reading it.
Okay.
Ronica says, who was the guy that said he saw the RAV at the turnaround on the Highway 147? So Kratz is an idiot. The RAV4 could have been driven onto Avery salvage. Plus, we don't have TH's original set of keys. I believe that was Ramlow.
It was Ramlow.
If I'm not, yeah.
Yeah, he gave a affidavit. It was Kevin Ramlow. And he's the one that approached. He says it was Andy Colburn, but it could have been another officer at the Cenex market and reported it, and they didn't do anything. Allegedly, they didn't do anything.
Yeah.
And I just think it's good to remind people, like, just that they never tested any of those branches or anything, which should have been the last thing that maybe Stephen Avery touched. if he was trying to hide it. But
Yep.
they never tested any of that, which I find very unusual.
And they didn't fingerprint that hood either.
Nope.
Which they should have
Mark
done.
Hodnott says he's too comfortable with the idea of planting.
Isn't he? That's exactly
Yeah.
right. You know, if Stephen didn't want it to be found, 10 gallons of kerosene and a road flare, and there's nothing left but a frame.
Yeah. And off of his own property.
Of course. Drag it off over there
Yeah.
somewhere off to the quarry and just torch it.
Yeah.
He'd make his way easily back to his trailer and say, you know what the hell's going on? Watching TV. It's such a terrible, terrible reply. Anyway. All right, let's hear a few more seconds. We're at 3:12. 3:45. So we have a little over 30 seconds left.
Flash something is inconsistent with planting, just like the bullet in the garage. Attorney Zellner's bullshit claim about that bullet being planted.
Yeah, I'm going to break it right here. Zellner's bullshit claim about the Atom FL being planted. It's not bullshit, and that was, to me, that's another embedded confession. Why did you bring it up? Wasn't one of the questions.
Yeah. Yep. When you're being asked questions like this, especially if they're not being pre-screened by his team, whoever that is, you just answer the question, just the one question that's asked.
That's
You
right.
don't add any extra fluff around the edges because you get your ass in trouble when you do.
You don't volunteer a damn thing. That's exactly right.
Yep, exactly.
I think Kratz could make a way better argument if he was talking about police planting evidence.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, he says the RAV had to be found. What? If you're a planter, yeah, it does have to be found, idiot. If you're the murderer and you're trying to hide it, you get rid of it, and you get rid of it off of your property. I mean, come on. It's just not that hard.
I have to say, first of all, Jinx says, well, that's good he talks like that, and I agree. Because when they get him on the stand, he will be like Houchet, asking and answering his own questions, absolutely, and giving up information that may not have been known or confirmed, but for them, talking. And then Mark says, when he has to swear like that, you know he is hypersensitive about the facts. True that.
Yeah.
Yep.
He started this thing about hiding a RAV with, it would be impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I don't know. So bad.
What an idiot.
I'm really surprised that he agreed to let this be aired because he clearly didn't listen and logically think that through about the RAV had to be found. Yeah, if you're the planter and you're trying to frame somebody, yeah, it had to be found. Oh my God. Anyway, all right, let's finish up.
Yeah.
We've got 20 something seconds left, so let's listen to the rest of this. He says he just said that the Kathleen's theory about the Atom FL being planted was bullshit. So let's listen to the rest of what he says here.
Just avoids any kind of common sense. How would you have got that bullet in there? Did you plant it hoping someday that Brendan Dassey would say that there was gunshots in the garage and that might be found someday? Remember, the bullet wasn't found until after Brendan made his statements. The same thing as the hood latch DNA.
That's right, Kratz. Another embedded confession. Way to go, dude.
Exactly. Oh my God, he's so stupid.
He's
got to be on something.
How on earth would the bullet get in there?
How?
Yeah. We didn't know.
On top of all the other dust. And it's really clean and really, oh, he's such a fucking idiot. Jesus.
Yeah, after they coerced him, and all this shit came out, and they suggested all of it because Brendan said she was shot outside. Now, Brendan, now you know you're lying. Now, Brendan, if you're gonna lie to
Yeah,
us, we can't help you.
can't help you.
Silky
Jack,
says, send Kratz the links to the Foul Play channel. He is fucking clueless.
Yeah.
Jack, I've found the proof of challenge document. I've put it in open mic text. If you maybe want to grab it and maybe, if we've got time, show what she's put and what the questions and that are.
Oh, nice. Well, hold on a minute.
That is why I never answered the thing about Ronica. That's why I'm glad Rhonda jumped in, because I was in the middle of looking for it. I was like, oh no, I need to get back.
Just a second here.
Sorry, Alice, I wasn't trying to steal the
No,
thunder
no,
there.
no. I'm glad you jumped in, Rhonda, because I'm on my tablet. I'm not on the PC, so I can only have one thing open at a time. So I wasn't on Discord when Jack asked about that question. So I would have had to have came out of my internet app to go back onto Discord app to unmute to answer the question. But you jumped in, and I was like, oh, thank God.
I just happened to be reading the question just at that same time, so it worked out. It's all good teamwork.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
yeah.
Thank you so
This
much
is
for
what
this.
I was looking for. So
I'm sure I've got this somewhere, Alice, saved in one of my many folders,
Bazillion
but
files.
yeah. So let's read this out. Rhonda, can you see that okay? Can you read this out?
I can see it.
I don't want to blow it up
Yeah.
too big. Yeah, read this.
No,
We'll
it's
go down. We'll go down to just read. We'll just read down to where the questions start.
okay. Just down to the questions. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The Stephen Avery Proof of Guilt Challenge. The Proof of Guilt Challenge. We are so convinced that you will fail at answering the following 100 questions that we will offer an award of $10,000 to anyone who fully answers all 100 questions based on credible evidence that establishes Mr. Avery's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Over the last 19 months, we have heard and read numerous claims that Stephen Avery is guilty of the murder of Teresa Halbach. Without exception, the authors of these claims simply do not know the facts of the case, nor do they address the most blatant discrepancies in the state's case against Mr. Avery. The Proof of Guilt Challenge is specifically designed to elicit from these commentators credible evidentiary support for their opinion that Mr. Avery is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Rules. Anyone, including journalists, legal commentators, students, or the public, is eligible. All 100 questions must be fully answered, referencing transcripts, evidence, and experiments which establish Mr. Avery's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. All submissions must identify the participant's name, address, and driver's license number. No submissions containing ad hominem attacks, vulgar language, or conclusions with no supporting evidence will be considered. We reserve the right to make the final determinations as to whether anyone has successfully answered all 100 questions and is entitled to the $10,000 reward. Answers should be submitted to the following email, attorney@zellnerlawoffices.com.
Wow, that's I remember this, and I remember reading through the questions.
yeah, I thought like a lot of the community would have seen it and everything like that. But it's always good to go back, especially if you haven't seen it for a while,
Yeah.
and for newcomers and that is coming in as well. So because I remembered seeing this as well, but it was a way back in the beginning. And and that's what made me think, do you know what? I'm going to go and see if I can go and find it. And that's why I found it and posted it in case somebody like newcomers or that who have just joined us and that didn't know anything about this questionnaire, you know. So some of the questions that Kratz is being asked about by this reporter or whatever are part of these questions.
They're all from
this
this.
exact questionnaire.
They're all from this questionnaire, all of them. So what I'll do, I will get this uploaded and I will link it in the video description for anyone that wants it. That way it's out there. This might be on the file play in the file play library. I don't remember, but if it's not, I'll get yours or Zoe to upload it into the miscellaneous documents, so we'll have it there too. Excellent. Thank you so much. All right. Anything from the live chat that we need to get to before we move on to this next video?
Just people asking for the link for that document. Well, Rhonda SD was asking, can we get a link to that document? So as Jack says, if it's no on Foul Play website already, which it might be, it will get put in there. Or go to the open mic text room and Discord, Rhonda, and you'll be able to download it for there because that's where I've posted it. So you should be able to get it there. Ronica says, I'm sorry, but Criminal 101, if you're going to commit a crime, don't you try and point yourself away from the crime? Well, yeah, exactly. But that's just it, Ronica. None of them in this case have got fucking any common sense.
Rhonda, I'm sorry, Rhonda SD. I tagged you in the open mic text room, so you'll send notification there, and you can grab the file from there if you want to get it right now. Go ahead, just Rhonda.
I was just going to say, I also just put the link to it in the chat, so she said that worked.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Right. Oh, yeah, thank you.
There you go. Oh, look at you go. Look at that. Wow. I didn't think about doing it that way. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. If there's no more questions about the prior video, which was personally, I thought it was terrible. This next one is he's going to be talking about convicting a murderer. And, clearly I don't know everything about how that all came together and his involvement. But as I understand, Kratz really thought that convicting was going to be his baby, basically to do whatever. And I don't really know if that was the actual plan to begin with, and something happened with a relationship between him and Sean and whoever the powers that be that were running that. Of course, it's Sean's baby. It's his to tell whatever story that he wants to tell, right? So, but clearly, I think something happened because I've actually got maybe we should watch some of the trailer for Convicting before I play this. How about that? Let's do that first. Yeah. This is one of the trailers that came out. I'm trying to get kind of a... Yeah, this was posted about a year ago. It says November 4th, 2021, so it's been about a year and a half. And anyone that knows anything about Convicting that's kind of followed this inception throughout time, it was really supposed to be released in 2019, and of course that didn't happen. Pandemic and other things, and I don't know what all was going on, but clearly that didn't happen. Then of course we were told it was going to come out in 2020, then 2021. And and then kind of the things about when it was going to get released kind of dried up.
Yeah.
So anyway, let me get this turned on here. Again, I don't know if there's a copyright infraction for this one or not. It's a trailer, so I would hope not. But I'm only going to play 30 seconds, no more than 30 seconds at a time, because I don't want us to get thrown off of YouTube. the hell you at? Yeah, there we go. Let me turn this other one off. There we go. All right. I'm going to play a little bit of this, and let's just see what I can't remember this one. I just selected this one right off the bat, and I know I've watched it, but it's been a while. So let's listen to some of this. Remember, if you're in Discord, you're gonna have to mute your mic, unmute YouTube. Here we go.
This is not the kind of thing that happens up here. Stephen Avery walks free after 18 years in prison. DNA tests prove he did not commit the crime.
Now, 2 years later, he again finds himself tied to a police investigation.
Accused of murdering Teresa Holbrook.
They had already targeted this guy. He was suing them.
It starts to be like, wait a minute, what is there involved?
Yeah, that's 28 seconds. And if I'm remembering right, this was recorded. They were showing this trailer to a group of people that worked on the documentary, I think, and others that they had invited. As I remember, is that ringing a bell with anybody else? Does that sound right? I think that's right. And somebody that was there recorded it, because you can see they're recording a screen. See that? I mean, they're not. Anyway, but they weren't supposed to do that. I think that's what this is, but it got used anyway. So, there's going to be more lead up, and I think there's going to be some other things as well. Of course, this is just one of several trailers, guys. There's other trailers out there. There's the one with AC Rookie and Kratz doing the interview, and Kratz goes, AC Rookie asked about the coroner. Well, the coroner, all they do is kick the body. That's all they do. We're not going to do anything. Siri just went off. I don't know why. I apologize for that. Anyway, let's listen to a little bit more of this.
Authorities say Stephen Avery's 16-year-old nephew admitted his involvement. You're going to put a 16-year-old kid in jail. You better answer some questions.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. How did they get away with this?
So many people binging on the 10-part series Making a Murderer in this session.
It's going to be interesting to see what all is included in this. Sean said some things in his interview that are worrisome to me. In one segment, you'll hear in a bit when we get to it. He talks about this as told from a law enforcement perspective, because he readily admits that they wouldn't participate with making a murder, and that's really on them. I don't know why he made this distinction. That's on them. They had the opportunity to tell their side. I'm sure the filmmakers would have been more than glad to include anything they wanted, but they wouldn't do it. Any questions, comments, or just keep on trucking? I don't really see anything right now.
I don't see any particular questions. Jinx says, will Anjanette address why she didn't air Brendan's interview? Hell no.
I've asked her no less than 5 times, Jinx. I've sent her DMs. I've asked her openly on Twitter. She will not reply about that. And my personal belief is, this is just an opinion. I have no proof of this, guys. It's speculatory. But given how she treated him in that interview, it was like she was trying to elicit a confession for law enforcement, like these questions were from the cops or from Kratz or whoever. They were, well, what if we, what if I told you that we went and listened to, your interview, and you told the cops this and you told the cops that? He denied everything. He recanted everything. Wouldn't go along with it.
Yep.
So, all right, let's chew up a little bit more of this one.
I remember every episode just be
like, oh my gosh, what is going on here? The audience for Making a Murderer is absolutely unprecedented.
I was blown away.
Millions of us dissecting and debating the bizarre story of Stephen Avery.
I need to see if people are as outraged as I was. I went on a mission to find the truth.
On a mission to find the truth.
He is on a mission to find the truth.
Well,
Oh, looky who it is.
oh yeah. Well, again, Colburn signed an exclusivity deal with Convicting a Murderer on the advice of a third party and on the advice of his then attorney, Michael Griesbach. And I think that
I think she failed her mission. I'm guessing. I haven't seen Kim yet, but I'm guessing she failed.
I'm guessing so too. And that's another thing that's going to come out in this interview, and what he says about you. You guys remember? I can't remember the guy's name. This guy that was in prison, and he wrote that. He actually wrote more than one letter, but this one letter, he claimed that Avery had buried a bunch of Teresa's stuff up in Cribbets, and they spent bukus of money. According to Sean, they spent a ton of money going up there with metal detectors. He said they were on the verge of getting a ground penetrating radar to search for this stuff. I was blown away. I did not know that. And then it come to find out this guy was lying.
Oh.
Then he said he did it.
Yeah.
After he said Stephen confessed to him. No, he didn't confess to me. I actually killed Teresa. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember his name.
I mean, Disco makes a good point in chat as well. She says the Hallbacks have not released a statement about people making money off their misery, have they? Like they did before. Exactly.
Was it Evans? It might have been Evans. Oh, sorry.
It was Evans. It was Evans. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Jinx. Sorry, Alice. I just
Go ahead, Alice.
Saw that name come up, and I was like, oh.
No, you're fine. I was just saying that is a great point that Disco's made. The Hallbacks were quick enough at coming out and saying, and I'm sure something was said not that long ago as well about how they're sick that us people are still trying to make money off of their misery. Well, what the fuck is convicting doing? You know what I mean? It's doing exactly the same thing that Man's doing, but I guarantee you none of them come out on it. And are the Hallbacks going to be involved in this one?
Yeah.
And if they are, then it's hypocritical.
Well, I agree. It is hypocritical. It's to me, it's hypocritical that these officers are now willing to talk here, but they weren't willing to talk on Making a Murderer to Maura and Laura.
Exactly.
That's right, and they continue to say by bringing it back up, you're hurting the Hallbacks all over again, and here they are with a new doc.
Absolutely, more hypocritical stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, let's. We're at 1:15. Let's chew up another 25 or 30 seconds.
People were calling from all over the world. One of these days, I'll take you out. I'll get your family. I'll get your kids.
I've never seen a single thing, any document, more dishonest.
Hiding everything.
I'll shake something out of there. You guys just fucked up your case.
Whoa.
Yeah. And I'm 900% sure I know what he's talking about right there. And that was that when they brought that key out on the 8th.
Yeah.
Did he say that just fucked up my case?
Yeah, you guys just fucked up
the case.
Yep. And I heard about this before the trailer came out because Rookie knew about it, and he told me I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, he said that. I'm like, oh my God. He knew. He absolutely knew that key was a stink bomb. Why he would put three guys up there, three cops up there to testify about this thing is just blows my mind. And then go into his closing and say, "Oh, just set it aside. Don't worry about that key." Basically these guys were just, trying to make sure that, we're just helping the case out of a guy that we know is guilty. It's not your function, dude. That's not how you're rewriting how shit's supposed to work. That's why we're here.
Shandy in chat, Jack, says, I'm still wondering about the timing of this release because it was made so long ago. Have they just failed to get somebody to buy it all this time? Or is there a reason why they're wanting it now? Well, my opinion, and this is just speculation in my opinion, is one, at first, no, they couldn't get anybody to buy it. Nobody would pick it up. And then two, my second answer to that is in my opinion, the reason why it's coming out now is because Colburn's lawsuit is now over, and they were hoping that he was going to win in this case so that they could then put it into the documentary and be like, well, see, Mum was lying because Mr. Colburn has took them to court and has won his case and everything like that, because I'm sure somebody from Convicting, I don't know who it was, actually put out something, or it was on Reddit, actually put out that Andy Colburn had won his lawsuit when he clearly lost the lawsuit. So that's my answers to your questions. I'll let the rest of the panel answer that if they want.
Yeah, that comment about Colburn winning, what that was way back, probably in 2021, when the judge allowed them to submit a second amended complaint because they had to make some corrections to the original complaint. So that's why it's identified in the much of the writing, the legal shit, later on as SAC. That's second amended complaint. So that was the victory that he got, which it really wasn't much of a victory because it had a bunch of stuff that wasn't true. So, all right. Any other comments, questions we need to get to, guys, before we move on? Okay. All right. Let's chew up another section of this.
It didn't take me long to see that there was a percent of that.
The question does not even exist. It was spliced together.
Why are you editing my courtroom testimony?
Yes.
Well, we share a place in this family.
Don't deny everything.
It stopped being about a woman who lost her life and started being a contest.
Making a murder fool.
That last young lady you just saw on the screen is she's a mod on the Gilter sub and in Making a Murderer. She's been involved as long as I have, right at it. Yeah, because she's a Reddit hound, just like I was at the time. So she's been involved, and I don't know. She makes. I think there's another trader. She makes some other statements as well. And I know she's one of the original open records request persons, along with when we did our crowdsourcing, and we're getting a lot of documents. She was doing it too. And you can't forget there are guilters out there that have material that we don't have, and they won't share it. That they won't publish it for whatever reason. So anyway, any comments about that little section? Move on. All right.
Yeah, move on.
All right, we're gonna move on. Yeah, we'll get another. We're at 2:06. So we got 14 seconds left to this. We'll just play it to the end.
a lot of people. Let the viewer decide. Give them the whole story.
They were showing that to an audience. I knew that I thought this was the one. I was pretty sure it was anyway. All right. So we've got that played.
Yeah, I am agreeing with Jinx here in the chat. That's exactly what Ma'am did. I want to see what different evidence they bring to their documentary that would contradict what was said in Ma'am that would change my mind. Change my mind. Convicting.
There you
Change
go.
my mind.
That's right. Put the desk out there. Convicting. Change my mind.
Yep. Hashtag. Hashtag. I'm putting that in. Hashtag. Convicting. Change my mind.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing that it's going to be interesting if there are things that are shown that we've requested and have been denied, they're going to have to give it over.
Yeah.
It's like the jail calls that Weigert denied me when Avery's trial was in process. We've got 2 or 3 calls for the month of February 2007, but there are calls during trial that were played on Making a Murder. And so when I requested them, yeah, they got them, and I'm waiting on them. Still waiting on them. So, all right. Let's. This interview here is 2 minutes and 26 seconds, so we'll have to split this up in like 6 or 7 little chunks. So this is about convicting a murderer and what he says about that. So let's get this going.
I'm Steve Schuster, managing editor of the Wisconsin Law Journal. I'm here in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin today with Ken Kratz, the former prosecutor of Stephen Avery and former Calumet County District Attorney. Hi, Ken.
Hi, Steve.
We're talking today about the new press release that just came out on the rebuttal to Making a Murderer, Convicting a Murderer, which will be aired this summer. And do you have any comment on that?
We are approaching 30 seconds, so I broke it right here so we could hopefully get the bulk of his reply in the next little section. Again, after watching, I played that little trailer first because I knew it had that "you guys fucked my case up" in it, and I wonder what else he admits to. Remember, if you look at the Manitowoc Summary Report, there was not a single report until 2006, after November 8th, 2005. Manitowoc was out. Starting on November 9th, all calls, virtually every call that came in, we heard this. I've been playing these calls, these dispatch calls to Manitowoc. They all got sent to Calumet County. They were taking very, very little calls at all from these people, from people calling in. Everything got forwarded over. So clearly, something transpired behind the scenes that we're not privy to that shoved this off of Manitowoc, because prior to that, they were taking tips and connected with an investigator. You can talk to my shift commander, blah, 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 this and blah, blah. Every once in a while, yeah, they'd give them the number to Calumet. But by and large, they were taking the information. They were participating in the investigation, and they can deny it all they want. It's a lie. It's a flat lie. So anyway, somebody got a comment?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, just in the 30 seconds, Jack, with just that first wee bit that he says, look how much he's biting his bottom lip as if to say, oh, fuck, what's coming now? You know what I mean?
Yep.
It really is. It's like you know all his wee tells because we've seen them all, you know?
Absolutely. He was really fidgety in that first interview, and I think we're going to see some of that in this second one. I can't hardly remember. It's been a few days since I watched this one, so um, let's see what he says about this upcoming release of Convicting. Oh, about off around 30 seconds.
I understand that the new docu-series is a 10-part series similar to Making a Murderer 1 and 2. So they had 20 hours to badmouth the state and to call cops criminals and the like. And so finally, the general public is going to get to see the real evidence, I hope, that was presented during the case. We'll get to know why.
All right, we're approaching the 30-second mark. So, evidence that was presented in the case, like there was something hidden. We know all
The
the
real
evidence.
evidence.
We know all the evidence. What are you talking about,
Yeah,
Ken?
yeah.
What
It's just,
magic? It's such bullshit.
and he knows by now that there's a community out there, i.e., foul play, who has FOIA'd and received practically everything in the case. And presented it and memorialized it.
Yep.
And he has to know that. And so to say the real evidence in the case, buddy, we have the real fucking evidence in the case
That we know about. There was clearly
that we know
evidence that,
about.
yeah, there's clearly evidence that didn't get tagged for whatever reason, i.e., the second flower videotape, not tagged, not inventoried, nothing. We didn't know about that
Yeah.
until Fallon got in contact with Uyghur and those folks at Calumet. Didn't know anything about it. There are other, that comes back to incident numbers. November 4th, 2005, there's nothing from Calumet or from Manitowoc, nothing. They closed out incident 8844 at the sometime later on in the evening of November 3rd. Then they reopened it on November 5th. They didn't have it. So I'm wondering if they have a different incident number for November 4th that all this stuff would fall under that we don't know about. I'm pretty sure that Jinx and others have requested all the incident numbers pertaining to the Halbach case, but I have to believe that there's another incident number that we don't have access to yet, and we may never get it. And I'm completely convinced there's at least one more DVD with all of November 4th's telephone calls and radio transmissions. I'm convinced of that, and it's been buried. Can't prove it, of course, but
Well, maybe that will come out in this series, and we'll be able to rebut that as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and like Jinx says, and Zipper's message buried. Yeah, that one's
that's right.
always bugged me.
Well, it appears on his exhibit list a month before trial. So where the hell is it?
Yeah.
They had the Barb's answering machine audio that they seized, and it was listed right there with the Zipper audio that they seized. Where the hell is it? I'm convinced that one exists too somewhere, possibly mislabeled. Do not copy, locked in the safe,
right.
in the sheriff's safe. Rhonda Nan had a comment. Can you read that?
Yes. From Nan's Life 7, Kratzhole takes this case very personal. If he actually followed the truth and obtained a conviction properly, and legally, he'd not be acting and reacting this way. Yeah, it's very true.
And the
Colette
books
says, "Where is the bloody object?" Yeah, and that.
Well, see that's another one, Colette. The blunt and bloody instrument found in the back of the RAV disappeared. Who disappeared it?
Yep, exactly.
I'll pin that one too. Yeah, that's a good one. And we could literally have a podcast and name off the many pieces of evidence that are questionable.
Yep.
All right, let's get back to it. We are at 53 seconds. Yeah. So we'll bite off close to another 30 seconds. Here we go.
the defense assertions of planting evidence and other wrongs that the police department or prosecution was involved in just didn't happen at all. And although I haven't seen the series yet, I'm going to be allowed to view it, I think, before it comes out. But I understand it to be a very, very good rebuttal. Candace Owens will be.
We'll pause it. We'll pause it right here. He talks about Candace Owens getting brought in to narrate, and I do have some stuff on Candace, but I don't think there's going to be time to really get into it. We talked last week when all this stuff began to air. We've already done at least one podcast about her, and the clip that she made where she indicated that Stephen was guilty of murder in the 85 case. There was no murder.
So bizarre.
Yeah, but did you catch what he said, Jack? He's like, I've been told that I will get to see it before it's aired.
Yeah.
And that was one of his qualms with Ma'am, was because of the fact that Moira and Laura basically told him to fuck off because he wanted to get a preview screening.
Yeah, well, I mean, she tried to steal all their hundreds and hundreds of hours of footage prior to that when they were making the documentary. That's it's pretty bad, pretty shady stuff. Well, I mean, you know, he participated in it, I guess, pretty heavily in the beginning, at least. So, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if him and some others don't get to have a full viewing of the documentary before it's prior to its release. That wouldn't surprise me any. They're probably going to have to sign documents, but
yeah, and that's not an uncommon thing to have a preview of whatever. So
right,
I'm not
exactly.
surprised at that.
No, I'm not either. I'm not surprised at all. All right, let's. We're at 119. Let's chew off some more.
The host of the story, Candace has a reputation for being hard-hitting, investigative journalist, and is passionate about the truth and making sure that the general public gets the truth. It's time that the whole truth came out.
What type of surprises do you think the general public will learn from this?
Well, they're going to see specifically how making a murderer spliced testimony from courtroom transcripts, how they...
Yeah, okay.
Look at him fidget when he starts talking about that.
Yep. And nothing, the gist of nothing was changed. Nothing.
Nope.
Why does he think that this is going to change anything? I'm really curious. And I'm really curious about their editing process. How's that going to be affected? Because with any documentary, you can't play everything. You can't do it.
Right.
Okay. Any questions, comments we need to get to?
Shandy says, comparing some of the edits in Making a Murderer versus the transcript, yes, there were some edits, but the meaning was exactly the same, just using less words. Exactly. Yeah.
That's exactly right, Shandy. I think Judge Ludwig would have he would have cited or not allowed the summary judgment if he thought otherwise. He seemed to be a very fair and impartial judge in his rulings. He actually went above and beyond. They all did, but both judges went above and beyond for Colburn in his case, allowing things that other judges may not have allowed. But he did it, to so they could come to some kind of conclusion, So anyway, Jinx says they played a whole 2 sentences, and the bulk of it was edited. Well, Yeah, I mean, definitely, to save seconds here and seconds there. I mean, it all adds up, so they had to make decisions. But as long as the gist of the conversation isn't affected, to me, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't. It doesn't affect anything, so why do I care?
Yeah.
All right. We are at 151. Nine. Now, I can't play this entire clip. It'll be over 30 seconds, so I'll break it one more time. All right, here we go.
Deceptively edited all of these clips to tell a narrative, that is, that the prosecution and the police had conspired to convict an innocent man. I think once all of the evidence comes out, once an opportunity is given.
I'll break it right here so we can play the rest of it without stopping. And just comment briefly on what he's saying here. There's another comment, and I'm going to throw this in. And I can't remember if Sean said it or if Candace said it, but somebody did somewhere that I've read. I've read a lot here the last few weeks about this. They said that Netflix came in with a theory, basically a plan to go after these various people, and that wasn't true at all. Netflix wasn't
No,
involved. Netflix wasn't involved. When was it? Was it 2013 or 14? Susan, can you remember? I think it was 14 now that I'm thinking about it.
I'm not sure, Jack.
But the
Well,
filmmakers they already had 3 episodes done.
That's right.
and
Yep.
initially their purpose wasn't even about this the Teresa Halbach case. It was about, they were going to be covering, if I'm not mistaken, the 85 situation and how that all came about and how he was exonerated. So they didn't come in with an attitude of doing anything like that, like what he says.
Yeah, the interview that really sticks out in my mind is where they said that, I don't remember if it was Laura or Maura. There was a headline in New York, or at least maybe it's down below the fold. I don't remember, but it talked about this case of Avery getting arrested again after being exonerated, and I think it was Maura that immediately went to Manitowoc, and then they formed this plan to document what was going on because they just could not believe this guy had been rearrested after being released on DNA and exonerated.
That's right. It was an article in the New York Times, and I think they both went right away to Manitowoc. And they just followed what was going on. They followed the case. The planting theory comes from the defense, not from Laura and Moira.
Exactly.
They had no agenda. They were trying to spotlight our justice system.
That's exactly right.
Right.
Yep. Which they did a great job of. They sure got me involved in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they did. I mean, I was already involved in true crime, but not to anything this level. I read a lot about it. I read on Reddit and various places about different cases, but I'd get mad as hell about this or that. But I really wasn't so captured by what I saw and what was exposed of the. I mean, I kind of knew some things, but man, when it's in your face like this was, yeah, it got my attention. I tell you that. But
it got the world's attention.
Even at the end of the 10 part, the first part 1, I still wasn't sure if Avery was guilty or not. I really didn't know. And that was my fault. But I thought really that due process, him and Brendan, I just knew Brendan got screwed. Just totally screwed. He's just a kid, a slow kid. You could tell. Had no clue. Lost off in the weeds, man. And I was sure that kid got screwed. I'm still sure of it today. And this man standing here is sure of it too. Guaranteed. But he'll never be honest about it.
It made me, and I think all of us, want to look closer at this case.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It ignited people to such a degree. And the truth is that the filmmakers could have made this much worse than what they presented to the state.
Yeah.
Much, much worse. That's the fact.
Mhm.
Because we found things that I would have loved to have seen in this documentary that didn't make it. The November 9th call from Sipple. I mean, come on. The conversation that Poggle had, we was talking about, man, it was sure worth the wait. He's talking about blood on the key and blood here and Avery's DNA. Well, what blood on the key, dude?
Mhm.
Or do you have another key you're talking about that we're unaware of? Anyway, definitely want to make me get
Yeah.
involved. All right.
Bethany, hi Bethany. She says, sorry I'm late, but better late than never. Yep, that's exactly true. Glad you're here. Glad you made it. And Kelly Coles has joined us in chat. Hi Kelly, great to see you.
Hey, thanks for coming, ladies. Really appreciate it. All right. Bethany says, my understanding was Laura and Maura actually made it for a film festival and then turned it into a docuseries. I know they presented something at one of the film festivals, and you could be right. I don't remember exactly, Bethany, for sure. You could be right.
I think
Hey,
it was more of a kind of a preview.
Yeah.
I think they had planned to make, put out a full series. I don't know that they planned 10 episodes. I think they originally planned 8, and Netflix
1 in 10.
Wanted 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think that film festival, the 3 episodes they showed, was more kind of an overview of everything.
Yeah.
And then to help them sell it.
Yeah.
Sell the whole deal. Yeah.
And of course, well, first I want to say hello to Stacy. Hey, thanks for coming. I really appreciate your support.
Hey, Stacy.
Woohoo. Hell of a singer, guys. This guy can sing
Oh,
his
yeah.
ass off. Musician.
And writer. Great
and
writer.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Support his work. Yeah, if you really got to read the Colburn v. Netflix documents to really get into the nitty gritty, and we did, and man, it got really so dumb there last fall. But we just read through stuff that was just making, I know all of us were just banging our head because these lawyers for Colburn, oh my God, it was horrible. He just got screwed so bad. Oh my God. I knew though. I mean, I think we all knew by mid-July after everything came out about the third party and this breach of attorney-client privilege. And I'm not a lawyer, but even I know better than that. How could Griesbach not know that? And just maybe just got caught up. I don't know. But nonetheless, this whole thing about what they're going, this whole gist of Kratz, what he's saying here, they're going to show this, they're going to show that. It's going to be interesting, again, guys, if they show photographic evidence or documentation that we requested that they've denied, or audio, there's audio that we're still trying to get that has been unreleased, and one of them is of Brendan. We've never heard it before, and why? Why are you withholding? What did you say? What's on that tape that you don't want heard? If the case is so tight, what the fuck did you do? Pardon my French, but I get mad when I think about what they did to that kid behind closed doors, man. Anyway. All right, let me get back to it here. I got all sidetracked. I apologize. All right, we are at 2:08, so we can play the rest of this clip and listen to the rest of what he's got to say.
Given to Ms. Owens and others that were involved in the production of this case, it's going to be clear that Stephen Avery was primarily responsible for the death of Teresa Halbach, that Brendan Dassey helped, and that Stephen Avery is right where he needs to be, in prison.
Yeah, right. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Kratz. It's not clear. If it was clear, we wouldn't be here.
Convince me, convicting.
Right.
Change my
Change
mind.
my mind. Yep, I'm gonna put that hashtag in the video description when we get done. All right, we're going to shift gears here. This is an audio. I don't even have to show it on the screen. I think y'all can just, when I play it, you're going to be able to hear it. This interview is, let's see if it tells you, it's 42 minutes, and I may skip some, but it being an audio interview, I think I can play longer sections without any worry. It's not a YouTube thing. It says on I think I put I think I linked it in the description. If I haven't, I will. This is on a website called Voices of True Crime, and these are dated. The dates are incorrect about when it's showing. I'm 100% sure this is the date they uploaded it, because this one says December 3rd, 2022, and I know that this interview happened in 2020. This is like, I think if you link the article somewhere, it comes up as May 2020. So this is a couple of years ago. And hearing what he's talking about, it's pretty clear it's not a current kind of audio interview. So because he talks about the dude that wrote the letter, the Evans letter, which oh my God, it was so awful. All he could talk about, he talked about Stephen, burying this all these stuff that supposedly belonged to Teresa, but he couldn't stop talking about her vagina. It's so bad. Yeah. It's predatory almost. Because he talked about it multiple times. It's like, dude, what are you doing? You're just making yourself look like an idiot.
Who are you talking about?
This Evans letter that you don't remember that?
Oh, okay. I
can't remember the
he's
guy's
making
first name.
himself look like a sexual predator is what it was.
Absolutely. Maybe Jinx can remember that guy's first name. I can't remember it.
I can't either. Richard keeps coming to my head, but I know that's not right. I know it's not right.
No, maybe he'll say it in
I remember John Evans, but I don't know if that's the same one that you're talking about. The one I'm thinking of.
It's Joseph.
Is it Joseph? Okay.
Joseph, yeah.
But I'm thinking about one where he said like he was there and I can't remember if he ran over or something, but it was really stupid. I don't remember all the vagina talk, but maybe that was later in the letter and I didn't read it all. I can't remember.
Yeah, because it sounds like you're talking about the same person. Yeah.
I was saying, topping, thanks to Jinx and Gloria for answering my question. Okay, I'm not gonna pop this on screen. You should be able to hear it. If you can't, let me know, and I can do something different. But you should be able to hear this without a problem. So, and after we get done with this, I'm going to play a clip again. We're not gonna listen to all of it because it's pretty long. It's gonna be a Griesbach talking about the case and what happened on November 5th that Darkside sent to me, and so let's get started on this. And again, I may skip through some of this because, like I said, it's 42 minutes long, and I don't know that we necessarily have to listen to all of it, but I think we can get to the gist of a lot of what he says. It's really interesting. So if you can't hear this, let me know, and we'll do something different. So here we go.
The House of Mystery presents Inside Writing, the radio show where authors discuss their writing process in all genres.
Joining us now is a filmmaker and our guest today. I was going to say something else, but I didn't. So we've got Sean Reck. Thank you for being here, Sean.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Wow. So Making a Murder comes back. So now, and now you've been working on your own film, and I have to mention it's called Convicting a Murderer. And what's the purpose of that? Like, what were you trying to do when you were putting that together?
Well, what the long and short of it is, I watched Making a Murderer season 1, and I was really interested and really entertained. And it was, it was good for filmmakers like me who do true crime. and it broke new ground, and I was excited by it, and I watched it and was moved. And then I started doing some studying and learned that in many ways I, as a viewer, was misled. And they left a lot of information on the table. They also steered people the wrong way in several instances. Yeah, in as much as, you know, this was they don't consider themselves journalists, but this was advocacy journalism without the transparency and with some really unethical strands in which they went when they told this story. So I always waited for someone to come correct the record. After a couple of years, it didn't appear anybody was going to do it, and I said, well, we're up for the challenge, and that's why we set out to kind of make a more complete version of this story.
And that's really kind of it's frustrating for me, because I look at this as I watched it as well, and I came away thinking, yeah, they're probably did it and or didn't do it, and they were framed, and the cops were in it, and they make it look really really bad. But when you interview people like Ken Kratz and stuff like that, you realize that there's more evidence and things have been changed on the film or the series to make it look one way when it was another, and that's not. So that's no longer a documentary. It's no longer journalism.
No, it's kind of like the old show back in the '80s that no one will remember, called Not Necessarily the News.
I remember that.
Yeah, just take those sound bites and have Ronald Reagan saying that his pants were on fire and that he wanted jelly beans.
Yeah.
Some of the editing is that bad. And they won an Emmy for editing, creative editing.
Yeah, well, it was creative.
Let's break it right here and unpack a little bit of this. So, according to Sean, and clearly the guest or the host is agreeing with pretty much everything he talks about, but that everybody was fooled by this documentary. They tricked us. And that's simply not true at all. It's just not.
Well, Sean says, I did a little more digging afterwards. I think the only thing that Sean did, and this guy interviewing, is listen to Kratz's many, 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 many interviews where he said they left stuff out.
Yep.
They did this. It's all Kratz. It's all Kratz's story, is what they have just said.
Yeah, and that's another thing that we have to consider. And Rhonda, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but well, we also have to consider the silent partner of Sean, and that's at least I think, again, it's speculation and opinion. I don't know this to be fact, that Alan Hale helped finance a lot of this. A lot of his money helped. It was part of the backing. I have to believe that because he's mentioned. Pretty sure he's mentioned. I don't remember which section of this interview, but he's definitely talked about. So, and he is an advocate for police officers that have been accused of crimes, and he's made a pretty damn good. He's got a pretty good success record in Chicago. Multimillionaire, as far as I know. He's a very wealthy man. So, how much was Sean influenced by his input as well as Kratz? Kratz can be a very convincing person when he talks. He can be very cordial. There are other words too, because he's a very intelligent person in many ways, but he's narcissistic to the millionth degree. Oh my God, this guy. So
he's a spin master.
Exactly. That's a great way to put it. Look at questions here. Alice, Rhonda, and Sheree, any of you guys see anything that we need to address before we continue?
Not any questions. Everybody's commenting about the audacity, I guess is the best word to lump it all
Yeah.
of all of
Uh,
this.
Shandy asked a question here. All these accusations against ma'am, but do they ever provide examples? Well, I think what they're going to attempt to do with convicting a murderer, they're going to attempt to prove that we were tricked by this documentary. Hey, look, every documentary is biased in some fashion, depending on the subject matter and the people that their intent in when they create. And that was part of the lawsuit with Colburn, the Colburn v. Netflix. They were claiming, the plaintiff Colburn side was claiming there was intent to defame
Right.
and blah 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 this, and no, there wasn't. They
Yeah.
tried their best to tell both sides, even though the state wouldn't participate. They did the best they could.
Well, and that's just it, Jack. The state, everybody was offered the same opportunity, and when you have one side that's refusing to participate, then we don't get to hear their, contradiction to whatever it is that the main storyteller is trying to tell. So, of course,
Well, that's like
it's
saying, well, you told the story, but you didn't tell our side like we wanted you to tell it. But we
yeah, you
refused to
didn't
participate.
tell, yeah,
Yeah, we refused to
exactly.
participate in it. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's anyway. Yeah.
Beth, what's
I do want to
Bethany's
say
comment? Oh,
Stacy
go ahead.
Seabrook says, instead of using Kratz's name, he should have said, quote, after talking to the disgraced unethical prosecutor who was forced to resign due to sexual misconduct, end quote. Yeah, I like that.
More
Okay, the funny prize.
See, we told you Stacy's a great writer.
morally and ethically bankrupt. I could write a
Right.
song for that, Stacy. I really could.
Yeah,
Brings to
I mean,
mind the formerly disgraced Judge Henderson.
Judge Henderson, yeah.
yeah, there's another one. These guys get caught up.
Disgraced former judge. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it's really kind of even worse for Kratz though, because he was the president of that women's victims.
Yes.
Oh God,
Like,
yeah.
so we
Yeah.
have a wolf walking around just honing out. How many women never came forward? How many? I'll bet you there's dozens that he approached or had some contact with. Again, that's just an opinion based on what we already know that he did.
How many did come forward? Was it like
15.
9? Oh,
15.
15
That's
did
right.
come forward.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Who's heard about those? Not a lot of people.
No, they haven't. A lot of people heard the Ron Foley interview, but I think that there's probably just as many that never did.
Yeah. God, that was
Yeah, but
crazy.
you also know what's going to happen, Jack. I mean, you know yourself that when people are reporting on things, and if anybody's been disgraced, they say former this or disgraced that. You know for a fact that that's not what they're going to say. They're just going to call him Ken Kratz, former
yeah.
district attorney. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? But yet when they talk about Stephen, they'll say the murderer,
Yeah.
Stephen Avery. You know what I mean? Who's been convicted
Rapist.
of murder, because they try and get that word in as many times as they can. You know what I mean?
That's
But
right.
they're not going to turn around and say, and here today we are with former disgraced district attorney Ken Kratz, who was disbarred for sending messages and being a sex addict. You know what I mean? And threatening vulnerable women. No, you'll not get none of that. You know what I mean? It'll be just former DA, Mr. Kratz.
They don't want me to write the header for him walking in, because I wrote one on Reddit the other day that was pretty long. It's pretty descriptive too, but it was all true.
Yeah.
Former morally and ethically bankrupt former ex ran out of office. I wrote a pretty long one. Anyway, all right, let's get back to yeah.
Nope, I'm good.
You sure?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, let's pick it back up here.
But when you do that, so you see, for me, it's too Alex Jonesy. I mean, as soon as you do that, You've created fake evidence in a sense. You've created a narrative that's not real. So how can we trust anything in the whole series?
And the weird thing is they're not asking you to trust them, because once they were confronted with, just the beginnings of what people found out as far as their editing and their storytelling, they said, hey, whoa, we're not journalists. We created entertainment, and everybody is wildly entertained. This is, 40 million people watch this thing. It turned Netflix around a little bit. They were kind of stagnant, and they began to grow again, and, it had a profound effect. Well, guess what? It also had a profound effect on the lives of these guys you painted as crooked cops and crooked prosecutors who set out to bury these poor guys. They did a lot of things that were that affected people. They left me with the impression that the Averys were poor. Mm-hmm. That's not true. They left me with the impression that Manitowoc was a bleak, kind of like sad town, kind of like an Ozarky, meth paradise type of place. It's just the picture you paint for yourself, and that's not true at all.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I was just gonna.
I didn't either. I didn't get that impression.
That's not how I saw Manitowoc.
I just took it. I just took Manitowoc to be a small town. It's not really tiny, but it's a pretty large county. But I just took it as like a regular small town with problems in their police department that have gone back many decades. So he's not really he's dug into some things, but some things he's choosing to leave to the side and not talk about it. He don't want to talk about this exoneration and what the former sheriff and former prosecutor did to Avery in '85, or Gregory Allen and what them letting him go, what that guy did for the next basically 10, 11 years while he was out free to continue on his path of destruction. He didn't mention, I can tell you, best I remember in everything through this, he didn't mention Gregory Allen at all. And he should have if he wants to tell a fuller story. There was something else. And that's another thing. Making a Murderer did show Stephen's past. About the burglaries and some of the other things he did when he was young.
They did.
That's just completely ignored. So what is he talking about? I know that's rhetorical, guys. So, all right. Anyway, let's continue on.
It's a beautiful town, and there's just like item after item. There's so much that we literally have meetings now deciding what to include and what not to include. Because we don't want to overwhelm people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but what's really irritating
is... can you pause?
I've had Ken Kratz and...
Exactly. It's exactly why you only got 20 episodes in MAM, because it was hard trying to decide what to put in and what to leave out. Fucker. Sorry.
No, that's you nailed it. That's perfectly said. We're good? Any comments we need to get rid? No, you're fine. Any comments we need to just conversation?
Yeah, I think just conversation.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's move on.
Prosecutor from that county. I've had quite a few, and we just interviewed Ken Kratz 2 days ago, and he's it'll be on next week's show. We actually have to buffer it because we'll get thousands of really nasty hate mails, so to speak. And I don't know how we're going to overcome that. How are we going to make people realize they're not even going to listen to what Ken says? They're just going to call him a lot of names.
Yeah, with Ken, we've got an internal saying. Even when he wins, he loses.
Yeah.
Because
Wow.
We thought that the pace, especially of Making a Murderer 2, was a bit slow. Watching Grandpa eat lettuce for 30 seconds, maybe was a little too art house.
Yeah.
And we were going to go with a faster pace. So one of the things we wanted to do to go with a faster pace was these people who just salivate and say, "Man, if I could just get at that guy," we're connecting them with the guy. We're putting them in a room and letting them go at him and have these kind of like debates and discussions. So we had a guy come in, and we got a courtroom, and the guy made some points, and Kratz made some points, but Kratz, even when he was right, he just sometimes does it in a way that leaves people sort of disliking him. Like of course I'm right, you jerk.
Yeah. Well, no, that's true. It's true. I've told him that.
Yeah, it's because he's so frustrated. He's just past the limit of being nice because his son's life has been threatened 100 times, and his wife's been insulted 1,000, 10,000 times, whatever.
It's because he's lying.
37 CDs, audio CDs of threats, death threats, made to people in this case.
Oh my God.
We're gonna weave in every now and then just for flavor.
Just for flavor.
Add some texture. And
well,
like I said, that's better than Paul chewing lettuce.
Yeah.
And just the fact that these people all over the world got so enmeshed in this case is amazing to me.
Asshole.
Another fascinating thing to me is that, when we're going to tell everybody, the blood vial was BS, and this, Stephen really did kill this cat, and he didn't just steal a cheese sandwich, he really tore up this business, and so some of these other things. Part of the wrongful conviction time was for a legitimate kidnapping where he pointed a gun at a child. We're going to tell them all that stuff, but the funny thing is, the hardcore truthers, like on Reddit and Twitter, they already know this. They've moved way beyond anything they saw in Making a Murderer. And I said this in the press in another interview a couple weeks ago, and I checked on Twitter, and of course they're like, "Of course we moved on."
See, told you, he's way off in the weeds.
Pointed a gun at a child.
That's what I was thinking.
Oh my God.
Okay. Pointed a gun at a child.
Yep.
Who is this guy doing the interview, Jack?
I forgot what his name is.
And by the way, he said he was interviewing Kratz in a couple of weeks or something. Kratz's interview was in 2018. He mentions the date in the interview.
Oh, okay. Well, another thing he said was, what was it? He mentioned talking about people on Reddit and us knowing the case and have moved far beyond. We have.
Yep.
Well far beyond. And so has his executive producer.
Yep.
Why didn't he mention that? She's just as involved as we are, if not more so. And showing information. I can't remember what he said now. It was on the tip of my tongue. He said something else in that little section there that set me off. Yeah, it didn't matter. I'll probably think of it here in a minute. Yeah. Okay. I'm probably going to post this one on Reddit too, just because I'd never heard this interview until recently. I imagine that there's others that never heard this one either. So I think it's important.
Yeah, I just listened the other day to it. I hadn't heard it.
Yep.
I haven't heard it either.
Did he say he has 37 CDs or 97 CDs of hate messages or something like that?
67.
What? Like Jinx is saying in chat. What? Like the messages that was supposed to have been handed over in the civil suit?
Yep. And it didn't happen. They had one. I think they had one one disc that got turned over, but I'm gonna back. Oh, I know what he said. He said that Stephen is the one that threw the cat in the fire. That's a lie.
Yeah.
I've got the
Yep.
police report. I've got the actual
Yeah.
written statement police report, and I've shared it
Yep.
with you guys.
Mm-hmm.
It was not Stephen that did it.
Nope.
It's Yonda, right?
And
That's
Yonda
right.
Yonda didn't. Where was it that Yonda
Jerry?
even admitted?
Jerry Yonda? Was
Gary
it?
Yonda, yes.
Jerry Yonda. He went and admitted it.
With a Y, Yonda?
That's correct.
Yes.
And Jinx has also posted the wee article bit that was in one of the local papers and that as well. Jinx found that, and it says that Yanda done it.
Yep.
Well, what it says. I've got that article too, and it says that he admitted to cruelty to an animal, and he paid a $200 fine, I think, and maybe some community service over it. Stephen put the gas on the cat. Stephen put the gas on the cat.
Yes.
Yonda threw it in. So, all right, let's move on.
Wow,
That's old news because this is their life. They've really got their finger on the pulse of this case, and they've got new theories all the time. And so it's just the funny thing is, Making a Murderer started all this, but they know that most of what they saw is horse crap. So, but they're still, it launched this rocket. I'm giving you too many metaphors here. Once that train left the station, no one was going to be able to hit the brakes. It's just like a social phenomenon.
Well, it's harder to unconvince people of something than it is to convince them. So I think a lot of people are trapped in that because that's the first place they went, the first thing they heard.
Yeah, so we thought something that would be useful is interviewing a few people who did unconvince themselves. And converts.
Yeah.
And, to some of these folks, this would be like joining the Communist Party in the 60s, to say,
No,
wait a
it
minute, I
wouldn't.
was wrong about the cops or whatever. So we have them explaining their thought process and how they, what raised the red flags. And that doesn't mean we necessarily agree with them. That doesn't mean we think Stephen Avery should stay in prison. I sure don't think Brendan Dassey should stay in prison. I can tell you that, no matter what happened. But we are, it's just part of what we're kind of using to show people this whole phenomenon that took place.
Now, do you think that Brendan Dassey should be out of prison because he actually had nothing to do with it, or do you think that maybe he was involved, but he was mentally incapable of handling himself? He was prosecuted badly. That interrogation was kind of rough on him, and he was alone throughout the interrogations and things like that. Do you think that's the issue?
I think my issue is that he's mentally incapable of initiating anything like this, in my opinion. If he was involved, he was a follower. He was subordinate to his uncle if this happened that way, and he's done enough time. He's not going to get out and go stalk and kill anybody. He's going to go fishing and play video games and go to WrestleMania. I don't think society has anything to worry about with the release of Brendan Dassey. And I'll tell you one chilling thing. We interviewed Len Kaczynski,
right?
Who, interestingly enough, I didn't realize from Making a Murder, he's a judge. Well, he's an inmate now, but he's a judge, and he was also a lieutenant colonel, and he was a military prosecutor. But I say he's an inmate. He was put in jail the other day over some allegations. But I interviewed him and I said, do you feel bad for Brendan, and do you feel like do you wish he were out now? And he looked in the camera and he said, not particularly. And I was like, holy moly, man, this is your chance to save a little face. And he's just so dry and I guess clinical about the whole thing. He's like, nah.
Well, he's probably safer, you know.
Yeah, he just doesn't. It's like he's ambivalent, like totally indifferent. So did he ever? There's somebody who with no empathy.
Yeah.
You know, so that to me is sad that he had, at least for a short time, he had an attorney who really didn't have much empathy for him.
Yeah.
And made that terrible mistake of leaving him with that
Yeah.
wannabe cop investigator. You know.
A lot to go through there, but mainly about Brendan. And he thinks Brendan should be released. He's going to go hunting and fishing and play video games and go to WrestleMania. Well, without Brendan, Stephen's case falls apart completely.
And the fact that there is no fucking evidence that puts Brendan anywhere near that fucking murder or anything like that as well. That should have been the fucking major part. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Oh, this is going to be so fucking vile. It is unbelievable.
Well, he's another one of these guilters that again to say, well, yeah, Brendan, and they him haul around like they know that they screwed him and used him as a prop to get back in the garage to plant the bullet, and then later have Avery's groin rubbed all over the hood latch. It's just it's so plain. How can he, with a straight face, not see that? No matter what how Mam presented, Mam could have been much worse for the state and some of the actions of some of these officers. But they held back. I feel strong. Maybe they didn't have those calls. I don't really know. But anyway, any more questions or comments we need to address before we continue on?
Well, Doc's joined us. Hi, Doc.
Hey,
Duh.
how's it going, guys? Good to be here.
Hey, thanks for
What-
coming.
Good to be here.
Uh,
No hassles. My blood pressure went through the roof listening to this podcast. It's
No.
it's not good. It's not good.
Yeah, I got quite irritated with it, to be honest with you, because he's going to say some more shit. He's going to say some more stuff that's going to piss you off too. Again, Sean's a smart man, and how he's doing this is so desperately one-sided. And we were told that, I think everyone was told that's not how they were going to approach convicting, and they did.
Yeah, I think the take-home message for me is that this has now just become, I think, if I'm permitted to use harsh language, it's become a clusterfuck of monumental proportions. And this whole thing now has become a circus where no one now is paying serious attention to the effect on families, people, the community, everything. It's now become this macabre type of theatre. And I remember the criticism that the Making a Murderer director has got. Oh, look, you're profiteering on the death of Teresa Halbach, and you got to think of the Halbach family. And it's now become a sideshow. It's now become a form of this real macabre type of entertainment, which it shouldn't be. And it really is very disappointing. And what I find particularly shocking, it's now become a game. It really has become a game where people are making ridiculous statements. And just listening to Kratz, he should know better. You know what I mean? He should know better.
Absolutely.
And to make ludicrous statements like that really is an embarrassment, and not only to the case, but also to the memory of Teresa Halbach. People are forgetting what this is all about. It's not a game show, right? It's not a form of weird entertainment of one-upmanship. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
And in that regard, it's become so depressing we're losing sight and focus on what this is all about, and that is a lovely young lady lost her life in a real brutal manner, and people are trying to find out the truth, and it's pretty obvious that the state do not want people to ask any type of questions, to really dig deep. That's why I really love the Foul Play team. We work our asses off for free for many hours, and we do it for the right reason. Not to put our name in lights or anything like that, but to dig deep and find out what really happened, because we mustn't forget families got destroyed, torn apart. And this was, what we're doing with Reading with the Crew and Open Mic, we can see that there was a deliberate targeting of Stephen. There's no doubt about that. So at the end of the day, you must ask yourself, did Stephen and Brendan get a fair trial? And the answer is absolutely not. They didn't receive a fair trial. And now that we're digging through all the documents and working really, really hard, we're exposing the shenanigans that took place. Stephen was a big prized fish that needed to be taken down. And now that I'm doing a lot of analysis with the Reading with the Crew chapter, we're having a deep dive on Sheriff Pagel and Kratz. And those two work together in a concert, basically to manipulate the media. And there was a question asked about whether Sheriff Pagel knew anything about the media. Yeah, he did. He went to special courses, media courses, so he knows how to interact with the media. And Jack, we've gone through the pre-trial. If you ever want to see something that is disgusting, read Pagel's pre-trial statements, right, Jack 61, right, guys?
Absolutely. Oh my God.
It had nothing to do with the justice system. It all had to do with manipulating the media and taking Stephen down. And you must remember that Stephen lost everything in 1985, lost everything. You can't clear your name, right? And when you think of the fact that there are law enforcement officers, senior law enforcement officers, that still believed he sexually assaulted Penny Bernstein back in 1985, you know that there's never going to be justice for Stephen, Brendan, and their respective families. It's now, I see it very much as a political game. And we must be very careful that we mustn't be drawn in to the bullshit. Because remember, the more oxygen we give people like Cam, they don't care. They love the controversy because, in my opinion, they're totally irrelevant. 100% irrelevant. They don't provide any answers. They want controversy. And we all know at the end of the day, sorry guys for my ranting here, at the end of the day, there were law enforcement officers that never, ever should have involved themselves, and now they're crying wolf. And this is the disgusting thing that we now see, that people are justifying. In fact, Colburn even sued Netflix for something that they never did. And it really is very, very worrying, because now what we're entering is a new phase of censorship, right? That's what it is. Groups like us, other YouTubers who work very hard to have a look at various convictions. Was the right thing done? Were people targeted? Were people unfairly put in prison? Right? This is, people are forgetting, this is very much a human story. It's got nothing to do with foul play. It's got nothing to do with any YouTubers. It's what happens when there's ignorance, bias, targeting, that innocent people are going to end up in prison, their lives destroyed, their families destroyed. And as Just Rhonda will tell you and others, there are people who've been put to death that were totally innocent, right? And I was reading I think in one of the transcripts about there was a big push. I think Strang mentioned the fact that Wisconsin was trying to bring in the death penalty as a result of the murder of Teresa Halbach. And when you think that Stephen and Brendan could have been put to death for something that they never did, in my opinion, I mean, we've worked hard. We've had a look at the evidence. The evidence doesn't stack up, and it's a real concern. And you can see very early on, there was a very deliberate targeting of Stephen. They had to take him down. Stephen was a threat and still is a threat. Right, guys? He still is a threat to the status quo. Yeah.
As long as he's
Sorry for
alive,
the rant, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, the trial was actually delayed because of the vote on the death penalty. It was supposed to, if the trial had gone on when it was originally scheduled, they would have been voting for the death penalty during the trial, as I recall.
Correct. Yeah, that's 100% correct.
So it was put off until February.
That's scary.
Or March, whenever it was, yeah.
It was February 7th,
February.
I think it started.
Yeah.
Well, this trial's
February,
supposed to have been started in October, and
exactly.
they delayed it. But Doc, before we get back to this interview, you talked about this approach of convicting a murder as a rebuttal to making a murder. It's like all these derogatory things that have been said about making a murderer, as in you shouldn't be making documentaries like this. You can't get this stuff out to the public. That's what they're saying. And again, it goes back to what you said, censorship.
It is a form of censorship. And just Rhonda, and others who, and also Alice, who look at other cases with their passion and things like that, they don't want you to ask questions, because when you start questioning the legal system, they don't like it. They want to make sure that they have what is called finality, preservation of the verdicts. Otherwise, the entire system will collapse. And Stephen and Brendan represent beacons to that truth, to really find out what happened. The mere factor that there is so much antagonism and hatred and vitriol directed toward Kathleen Zellner really says a lot. And look at Kratz. Look at Kratz, guys. When I look at him in that white room, I pity him. I actually feel very sorry for him, because he has to keep pushing a lie that he cannot support anymore. And he looks pitiful, and it's such a shame that someone who thought he was going to be a superstar ended up self-imploding and destroying himself.
He actually could have been. He actually could have been, Doc. He's got the smarts. There's no doubt about it.
Correct. But now we know that there was nothing but pure manipulation and utter hatred for Stephen and his family. And there's plenty of evidence of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sorry for the rant, guys.
No, absolutely, Doc. I'm glad you came. Let's get back to Sean in this interview. And like I said, I'm probably going to skip some of this and get to some of the more juicy parts. I did definitely want to get this part about Brendan and what he said, because I thought that was very interesting. And that tells me, yeah, okay, he understands how slow Brendan is and what they did to him. That's what that tells me. But he's completely ignoring Adam FL and the hood latch swap, which was all derived from Brendan, and they used it. But he's saying, you need to let the guy go, Why? This kid was charged with first-degree murder and all this other stuff. Anyway, I'm ranting myself, so let's get back to it and listen a little bit more. And I may start skipping here so we can get to the end of this before we run out of time.
Well, I think that ruined his reputation. I mean, but that part of it's all true, right?
Yeah, sure it is.
Yeah. So that was...
Now, Brendan admitted things before that interview.
Yeah.
And he came up with things, and you could say he was led, because that's the Reed method. And they suggest somewhat during interviewing, but he came up with things without being led. Also. So people have to take that into consideration. But whatever happened, this is enough time for him.
And Sergeant Colburn, that was another person that was vilified. What can you say about him?
Jack, don't pause a minute.
People don't realize, yes, he was a...
Yep.
Wow, the sneaky, dirty bastard. When he says there that about Brendan, they push Brendan. What about who shot her in the head, Brendan? That's no fucking Brendan saying anything, you know what I mean? And that bit that he's on about, Brendan said stuff without being coerced. He's meaning when Liger and Aspender turned around and said to that Wayne, well, are you going to tell your mum what you've just told us? Because it's better coming for you than coming for us. Because if you don't tell your mum, I'll have to tell your mum.
Yeah, I'm going to call her.
That went back to his unit and called Barb right away, and they fuckers were listening. And that's when the Wayne turned round and told them what he had said. And he only done that because they turned round and they said to that Wayne, well, are you going to phone your mum? Because if you don't, we will. It's better coming for you.
Well, they did more than that, Alice. Remember, they would ask him a question, or they would lead him down this whatever they were talking about, and they would ask him a question. He'd say something. Brendan, you're lying. We know you're lying. We know everything. We just need to hear you say it. Now you need to be honest. But if you're lying, we can't help you. So he would change something to try to find out what the fuck they wanted.
Yeah. But he doesn't mention anything about them turning around and saying to him, leading him, giving him fucking question. Well, I'm just going to come out and say it, Brendan. Who shot her in the head?
Yep.
And Brendan says, he did. Well, why did you not tell us that, Brendan? Because I couldn't think of it. Yeah. Now, if that doesn't say that Wayne isn't capable of understanding what the fuck was going on there, then nothing will. And they fucking knew better. And I'm sorry for my language. Well, I'm not sorry because it just makes me so angry that there are still people out there that thinks that this Wayne had anything to do with what fucking happened to Teresa when all the evidence points away from it. And we can clearly see that they coerced that child, and that even gets used in interviews and everything like that of not what to do. It pisses me off.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I also need to say that going back to where the interviewer said, you know, they kind of let him and they kind of, you know, suggested some things, but that's just Reed. That's just bullshit, because as much as I hate the Reed technique, that is not part of the Reed technique to lead and suggest things. So so whoever this interviewer is, he needs to take some classes in criminal justice or or the Reed technique, because that is not what Reed teaches.
No, they use.
And what about sorry.
No, go ahead, Susan.
I was just gonna say, what about was it 4 judges that sided with Brendan being coerced?
Yep.
Yeah. What about those 4 judges?
Yeah.
And what's her name that wrote the scathing?
Rovner, wasn't it, Doc?
Rovner, yeah.
Yeah.
But no, with that, Susan, you've got the 250 other experts that are experts in coercion and everything like that, and psychiatrists and everything like that have come out and all said and wrote letters to that recommendation that Brendan Dassey was coerced in the interviews that was happening with Uyghur and Aspender. 250 of them. So what, is convicting just going to shove their thingies right under the fucking carpet and be like, nah, they're lying?
Right.
Do
they even know about all of those? I mean, come on.
I'm sure he does. I mean, if he's done any digging at all, he has to know.
Has he
But
done the
these
digging, or has he relied on his producer?
fact checker, fact checker.
Fact
But
checker.
if you actually listen to them, they're actually trying to convince themselves, right? They know that what they actually have on Brendan Dassey is absolutely zero. So they're actually trying to convince themselves that Fassbender and Wiegert did nothing wrong. And history tells you that young children like Brendan Dassey with an intellectual disability, they're prime targets for the Reed technique into eliciting a false confession. And it's rather remarkable that these guys are clearly ignoring previous cases and the literature, and also experts who have examined what happened to Brendan Dassey. And they've all said the same thing, that he was coerced. Brendan Dassey is a person that's very easily led. He trusts adults, and that was his big downfall. He trusted adults. He didn't have the smarts, like, say, a Bobby Dassey, to be a bit more clever in his responses. Brendan Dassey essentially was relying on the adults telling him the truth. And he was terribly led astray. And when you have someone like Judge Duffin, who went through the entire testimony, the so-called confession, with a fine-tooth comb, and when you have academic professors, lawyers, attorneys, all coming up to the same conclusion, it's really disingenuous when you have idiots like this basically ignoring the literature, facts, information. They've created this world, Jack 61 and guys and people in chat, they've created this world which is based on bullshit. They can't abandon that. They have to keep on at it, because the entire criminal justice system in this particular case can actually fall to its knees, right? You think about it, how many other people are in prison under false confessions? It's scary. So they've got to hold up this fort. They mustn't break, because if they do, careers are going to go down the toilet and people are going to get sued. So they have to keep on peddling this line, even though the logical person from the outside can see that it's built on smoke and mirrors. That's it. Smoke and mirrors, guys.
That's exactly right, Doc. It doesn't hold water. It can't. And this getting back to what they were saying, this host is kind of mealy mouthing around what they actually did. Are they going to say? Are they going to talk about these cops that went to Barb and basically the entire family and told them that this was right after Brendan was arrested, that he was a crack addict and he was also selling crack, that they had blood tested him and found out that he was a crack user? Are they going to reveal that? It wasn't true at all. It was a lie. They didn't blood test Brendan.
You know, it brings to mind some of this, the Richard Glossop case, how the Pardon and Parole Board, denied clemency, standing behind, and even the DA, who thinks he needs a new trial, that he still thinks he's guilty. It's just, they just stick by what they've done.
Yep, got the meat.
And it's happened in so many cases. It's the MO for our justice system.
Yeah, just us. That's exactly right. Just us. All right, I'm back. I'm going to back it up 15 seconds and we'll move forward.
This is enough time for him.
And Sergeant Colburn, that was another person that was vilified.
Bullshit.
What can you say about him?
Well, what people don't realize, yes, he was a witness in the wrongful conviction case because he took a phone call when he was a corrections officer, before he was really a full-fledged cop. He took a call where somebody said, I think you got the wrong guy, and he forwarded the call to the detective bureau. And when he heard about Avery being found innocent or being exonerated, he volunteered that information. Hey, I took this call. So in a sense, he was a witness for Avery. Him on his own coming forward would.
I'm gonna stop this right here because that's not what happened.
Oh my God.
It's kind of what happened, but he's leaving some shit out. Right?
He's trying to make Colburn like a fucking hero or some shit.
If that's what
Come
they
on,
say,
man.
if that's what they come out with in convicting, they're gonna get burned. That's not what happened. He's leaving a significant part out. Remember, he talked to Link.
Yep.
Link's the one that told him to write the memo after they went to
Right.
Kasoric.
Yep.
It was written on a non-standard report form and given to the sheriff to put in the safe. What? I'm not even going to get started on this phone call because I'll be here for an hour. All right, moving on.
Would help Avery's case. And everybody acts like, oh, he was on the hook. He was going to lose millions in this lawsuit. And, of course, he planted a key. Well, no. He believes Stephen Avery is innocent of the Berenstain rape. And he was fascinated that the DNA could exonerate him. He thought there was a whole new era coming that was going to make crime, easier to fight, this DNA. And, he just didn't have any vested interest in burying Stephen Avery. And then the way they portrayed him as being involved in the old case, it was a real mischaracterization.
Now, what are some of the other egregious misrepresentations you could cite in the documentary for people who may not be familiar with the truth about the case?
Well, I can just tell you that we're going to show actual footage of some depositions and some courtroom scenes, and that we're going to show Making a Murderer 1's edit. And I believe it's going to make viewers' blood boil, because it's not an accident. It's not for the sake of entertainment. It is a deliberate, misleading.
Can I just make a comment?
Direction that they took with people, and I was angry.
There you go, Doc.
Yeah, he did say the right thing. It's going to make people's blood boil, but not what he actually thinks.
No.
Now, what's he going to say now when a judge basically overturned the civil suit and said it was all bullshit? And he even specifically said, hey, yes, there were edits. In all documentaries, there are edits because you've got a time factor, right? You can't have a documentary going for 400 weeks, right? So basically for brevity, you got to do things like editing. But the important thing is, and what the judge said eloquently, it doesn't change the intent, right? If you say, yeah, and they edit it to say yes in another response along the same line of questioning, the overall intent and meaning of the conversation is not drastically altered. So they've got no leg to stand on. And I'm telling you right now, I'm getting pissed off just listening to this crap. It's going to get really, really bad. We're all going to need a lot of Panadols, I think, watching Convicting a Murderer.
No doubt about it. Yeah, because if this is a sign of the times to come, go ahead, Rhonda.
No, you go, Jack.
That's basically what I was going to say. I'm good.
Well, I don't know if Doc was listening at the time when Rex said that I can't remember exactly how he phrased it, but I broke in and said, yeah, exactly. He said something about, we couldn't put everything in. We had, you have to edit things because you can't have this. He talking about convicting, and we're like, yeah, exactly. That's why Netflix, or the producers rather, Laura and Moira, that's why they edited, and they edited the way they did and put in what they did because the state didn't want any part of it. So they were left with, what they had to work with because they had to edit, just like Rex said in the beginning. We have to edit because we can't just put everything in. There's not enough time. So they're just like shooting themselves in their fucking feet right now. And it's pissing me off.
Absolutely.
Motherfuckers.
Absolutely.
If I could just make the comment, I 100% agree with just Rhonda. But you know what? I can't believe these guys are that naive. Haven't they really understood the fact that there are a ton of YouTube channels like the Foul Play team and others that have gone over all the material with a fine-tooth comb, and we can counter-argue every point that's being made. And thank God for teams like us and other YouTubers who've addressed the major issues, who haven't been scared to ask the tough questions. I'll tell you what, these guys are setting themselves up for a massive failure. You literally have thousands of people around the world that if they choose to listen, they'll be able to rebut. And not only that, guys, we can actually provide testimony and official documents to prove their bullshit and shenanigans. These guys have now opened themselves up to a massive degree of criticism that they never ever thought they were going to get. Why? Because people have educated themselves. They have read the testimonies. They've come to Foul Play team. They've gone to other YouTubers. They're now knowledge-based. They're no longer ignorant, right? And that is the difference that convicting a murderer is now going to be faced with. It's gone way beyond MAM 1 and 2, guys, way beyond it.
Oh, absolutely. And that was the thing, when Making a Murderer aired, I've said it a million times, we didn't have anything but some, you could find some old newsreels, and we found some old clippings, but we didn't really have any documentation at all. And we were curious what happened. We got a chunk from Making a Murderer, and we understood that. But we wanted more. We wanted, and I'll say this right now, but even back then, but right now today, all we really want is the full story. And they won't give it. They're still holding on to things for whatever reason that they will not just, when you open records request it, they come up with every excuse under the sun why you can't have it.
Well, the amazing thing is, guys, is that having a read of the pre-trial testimony of Pagel, it's very, very telling.
Oh,
and what he said, right, Jack 61, guys, we control the media. We control what's being released. So therefore, it's people like Pagel and Kratz from the get-go that controlled the narrative. They were drip feeding information to the media, and the media ran with it. Because remember what they said, Jack 61, murder's hot right now. So they were lapping it up. And both Kratz and Pagel were masters at manipulating the media. And remember in yesterday's reading with the crew, how people who lived in Wisconsin said, yeah, I believed it all. I believed it all. But now listening to what we're putting out, people are having their doubts, right? So the important thing here, guys, is that there's no longer that ignorance about the case. The case has been opened up. We have thousands and thousands of pages of documents. They can't hide that anymore. They cannot control the media anymore. They're being exposed. And this case is important, guys, because it's a seminal case for justice and for freedom, and also for the memories of Teresa Halbach and also Brendan and Stephen, who are in prison, right? So it is such an important case. And that's why Peg Lockenschlatter had to whitewash the investigation in 1985. Right, guys? Because it would have ultimately led back to her and it would have been shocking. And remember what Josh called? He released a tweet saying, "Oh, you guys have been I'm talking about law enforcement. Thank you for telling the truth." He's peddling the same lines as his mother did.
Yep.
How are we going to advance, guys, if the current Attorney General is doing what his mother did? These boys are going to be in prison for 200 years before they see justice. It's crazy.
That's right.
Rumor has it in chat, she says, they say Wisconsin citizens were told lies by the news and the cops. We were led to believe non-facts. It's pure bullshit and it infuriates me. Yeah, it infuriates a lot of us because a lot of us see the bullshit as well. And I mean, I seen the bullshit right from the very start. I think it was maybe into episode 2, 3, right at the beginning. And I was like, no way. He's been fucking set up. You know what I mean? So, yeah, convicting have got a lot of people that they've got to try and convince. Like you say, Doc, they've done the research. We've done all the pre-trial transcripts. We've done all the trial transcripts. People can go and listen to it word for word. And then they can go and do their comparisons through MAM and watch MAM and do their comparisons and that themselves. You know what I mean? And you can clearly see that the evidence that was put in MAM isn't the evidence that's in the trial.
Yeah. And there's so much behind the scenes that led up to the trial that Kratz withheld. They're not going to talk about that either.
Oh, no.
Tons of stuff that they withheld away from the defense, and beginning with Loy, the stuff that he should have known, and it was kept from him. Okay. Yeah, I agree with all that, Doc. Every bit of it. All right. Let's move on. Let's continue on and see what Sean says.
When I saw some of this stuff, and I think a lot of viewers will be too.
What do you think the reason is for that? Like when you say it's deliberately misleading, which I agree. Was it because they wanted to take down cops? Because,
no.
What was their motive?
I think the cops were, damage on the periphery, collateral damage. They wanted to get their guy out. We have prison recordings of them talking to him, saying, "Look, we want this to help, and hang in there, buddy." They came and left every day with the family. They were embedded with the family. They picked sides. It's okay. I picked sides too. Mm-hmm. But you have to be transparent about it, and you have to be fair. And they were neither. They were not transparent as far as their advocacy, and they weren't fair. And I'm going to go as far as to say they weren't honest.
Yeah, and it's really disappointing because it's going to change people's perspective
That's such
when
bullshit.
they watch a documentary, and it's going to be so easy to see something in the future that's a documentary and say, "Oh yeah, it's probably lies, or it's fake news," that old thing. Because
right.
look, Making a Murderer did it. You know what I mean? It's kind of
and it was one of the biggest documentaries ever.
Oh my God!
On crime, there was The Jinx and Making a Murderer. The Jinx was honest.
Yeah.
Making a Murderer was not honest. Okay, those are the two biggest true crime docs. So, half of this is about the case, and half of it,
oh my God.
We've got to correct the record, and we've got to make some ground rules, because I see myself, and this probably sounds haughty, but I see us as the new long-form deep dive journalists. Young people want visual news. They want to hear it.
Right.
Okay. And they want authenticity. And, newspapers and magazines, besides the fact that they're dying, they aren't spending the money on real journalism anyway. They're letting all their good people go because they cost money. And then when you go to the networks, all they're doing is choir preaching. It's all, Trump all day, or, loving him or hating him or whatever that gets their numbers and sells their ad spots. So there's a gap. And we have this opportunity to become the journalists, to fill in this gap. And when one of the biggest, most important documentaries pulls the crap that they pull,
you know what? We're in a sorry
we
state.
have to correct the record.
If
They're probably going to
convicting
bore some people. And,
is
who made us arbiters of,
sorry.
Of what's honest? Well, we're just saying they should have held the journalistic standards.
Mm-hmm.
And they should have just, or at least disclosed certain things and not lied. And that's why the record has to be corrected. Just as documentary nerds, we really feel the need to do this.
Well, who's going to regulate this or just describe what should be done? Because this isn't the first one. When I was doing interviews for that Soaked in Bleach with the Kurt Cobain, death, and then they did the same thing. They actually edited, faked different answers. They totally changed that whole thing. And even when we interviewed people that were used on the film, they said, "Well, that isn't what I said. This isn't what I did." So it's not the first one to do it. Making a Murderer is just kind of the most prominent one. How are we going to rein that and put that in line? Because there's a lot of money to be made by promoting a conspiracy.
Well, yeah, you're right. I mean, Oliver Stone, even with scripted features, you can do it. I think that it's going to be up to the audience. I think they want authenticity, and I think that there's still people out there who can vouch for the credibility of what you're doing or say, hold on. I mean, when Making a Murderer came out, the New Yorker, 2 weeks later, had a long-form article saying, hold on, before you make fools of yourselves, you need to know this about Making a Murderer and about murder of Teresa Halbach. They came out with this piece, but guess what? Not that many people around the world, unfortunately, read the New Yorker.
Yeah.
I read the piece. That's what started me on my path of
Does anybody know what article he's talking about? This is news to me.
Some article in the New Yorker.
Yeah.
I do not. I would like to read it.
Yeah, we need to get on newspaper.com and do some digging.
Receipts or it didn't happen, douchebag.
Yeah,
sorry.
Right. No. Yeah, that's what Ripper says. Photos or it didn't happen.
Yep.
Yeah, he unloaded quite a bit there, I think, in that.
Well, did you get the gist? Did you get the gist? Convicting a Murderer is now the bearer of truth, and they're going to save the world. Yeah, they're going to save the world of disinformation and lies
and journalism.
Yep.
And journalism. So they're going to be the truth bearers coming forth. I tell you what, if you've ever seen anything, I've never heard anything more polarizing and disgraceful as what I'm hearing right now. I tell you what, the gloves are going to be off. This is going to be very, very nasty indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wonder how much of the truth that they're going to tell about themselves and what happened behind the scenes going back to, second week of 2016. What happened? Why did Coburn file that lawsuit? Because he's integral to this documentary. How transparent is that going to come out? Maybe they will be out, but I'll be shocked. All right, any questions or comments? Hey, there's T1. What's up, T1?
Gonna say no, but T1's entertaining me very well.
T1 in the house. All right.
Yeah, we need more regulation. Regulate those documentary makers.
Yeah, there you go.
I wish we could play the song.
Again, we get into a form of censorship, and
exactly.
I think that there's certain things that probably shouldn't be aired. When you have a minor that has been in a bad situation, that shit doesn't belong on air. It doesn't belong on mine. I can tell you that. I don't want no part of that at all.
Yes.
That was another thing I was accused of by this Redditor about. Anyway, but by and large, even if you don't agree with somebody, you need to let them have a voice. And they were offered the voice. The
Yes.
the man filmmakers offered them an outlet. Say what you
Yep.
want to say, and they didn't. They refused it.
They
So that's
wanted
not.
no part of it.
That's right. So, all right, let's move forward.
Wait a minute. There was never anything to the blood? That was almost a whole episode.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And the thing ended, and I'm like wondering why the blood wasn't in court. And it's because it was a non-issue, and they knew it was a non-issue, but they left it in. So the arbiters and the people who decide what's legit and what's not are going to be the public, and I think hopefully a lot of eyeballs get on what we're doing because we're going to make them more cynical.
Well, and all of this begs a question I just have to ask you.
Wait, stop for a minute, Jack.
The changes in the...
Oh.
Yep.
I'm
You know,
dying.
the fact that they left the vial in, they showed the whole thing. That was part of the story. That's part of what happened. They were following the story.
That's right.
Why do they have such a hard problem with that? And it isn't proven, in my thoughts, that it absolutely wasn't used with that FBI test.
Right.
That they
your favorite.
came up with so suddenly.
Your favorite guy, LeBeau? LeBeau?
LeBeau.
A bit.
You know, and you know, Kratz makes such a big point of that. Well, they knew that purple top tube, how that hole got in it. So what? So what? They could have opened it and dumped it. They could have stuck another needle in there. You know, it really bothers me that they make a big point of that.
Well, again, they were just following the story of what was going on at the time. That's exactly. You're exactly right.
That's my point. That's my point. And so maybe the aging of the blood did prove it, but anyway, yeah, that's my point. Is that they're just following the story. That really happened, where it's a red letter day and all that, and
And if they had left it out, that'd have been like, well, why didn't they leave in the blood of what they showed about that? I see
exactly.
I see this game here. Yeah.
They're just following all of Kratz's points, is what they're doing.
Yep.
His ridiculous rebuttal.
Oh, God. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that. Anyway, all right, let's move on.
Editing people's statements and leaving out important information, selective omission and all that. Doesn't that indicate that the people who made the documentary are aware of the problem that you're talking about? They know what they're doing, right?
I'm not going to go too far into but edited people's statements. If he's talking about the courtroom drama, that's been explained. Of course, again, this is 2020, so the results of the trial wasn't, it certainly hadn't happened in what we know now. But even then, the gist of what that exchange was captured. Nothing changed. Nothing.
In my opinion, yes. Now, Andy Colburn, whose courtroom testimony was changed in Making a Murderer, filed suit. I don't know if this suit's going to survive. There are a lot of procedural reasons it may or may not. But if he has to stay in court, they're going to show an edit where they ask him a question, a very important question, and a Making a Murderer viewer saw him say yes. But he never said yes. He never answered the question. They took the yes from a different question. That's that's beyond. That's not a mistake. That's not entertainment. That's just egregious.
And speaking about losers, but Joseph Evans Jr.
Here we go.
Now, I just roll my eyes because I think it's laid out just way too obvious. First of all, the guy says one thing, he gets a confession from Avery in prison about how he murdered Halbeck, and then all of a sudden there's a reward, and then the man's writing a letter saying, I did it, and here's my deposit slip.
Man, let me tell you, I'm going to tell you, I did press for 2.5 weeks on that, okay? All kinds of stuff. Fox, Access Hollywood, all these TV shows. Yeah. I'm going to tell you something I didn't tell anybody. He sent that letter, and the letter had all this supplemental information. And we were trying to fact check the letter. And part of it was, Stephen had a bag that had some stuff in it that he ran and buried, okay? That kind of came out. I don't know if it was directly in the letter, but it was something that we were investigating. And then we also know that the detectives up north in Marinette County saw a bag when they first questioned him, never checked it, and then next time they pulled over that vehicle, the bag was gone. So we're like, okay, if we're going to have any breakthroughs, we probably have to look for that bag. And we thought of a few logical places he could have buried it. We had professional metal detectors, evidence techs. We spent thousands and thousands of dollars looking for potential stuff. We were about to get ground penetrating radar, all right, and pull it through the woods in the areas where this stuff may have been buried, just to find it or not find it or whatever. We did all this crap based on this clown's letter, and there were some other things in it that I just thought told us that maybe the letter wasn't legit, but we had to check it out. We're trying to be really thorough, and so the reason for the call was for me to say, Stephen Avery told you couldn't talk about the case anymore because Netflix was making a documentary. And I was going to say to him, look, Netflix wasn't making a documentary. They acquired this years later. Mm-hmm. A couple of young filmmakers were making a documentary. So why did you say that? That's an example of something being informed by hindsight, which tells me this whole damn thing, this whole letter may be informed by hindsight. So I had this whole case ready to go against him. I start the call, and he's like, let me tell you what happened here. I was in the area. He lived in Michigan. He was in the area, went to the Avery salvage yard to buy a window, hit Teresa with his car. Her head hit a rock. He panicked because he was on so many drugs, and he decided to frame the homeowner, and he didn't know who it was. And he goes through every little point, trying to show that he framed Stephen Avery. And of course his motive, now we know, was he was trying to get his wife that $100,000 reward. His girlfriend killed his wife. His girlfriend now on the outside. He was trying to get her $100,000, toward a house or whatever. And it was just the most lame brain thing. But you've got to take it seriously because, we had to report it because he's a killer. He was free when Teresa was killed, and he's there in the area. So it's worth a little bit of follow up. So we just told Newsweek about it. Of course, everybody went crazy. But I was upset because we wasted a lot of money. Thinking, well, maybe there's something to this letter. We'll try to back it up with something. And here, there was, and he admits that the letter's total BS. At the beginning of that call. So, who would believe him anyway? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I'm going to pause it here because I remember when all this crap came out, and I don't remember specifically how the word got to me that they were going back into the prison about interviewing this Joseph Evans, and he's making these outlandish claims about Avery, and then we got a copy of the letter, And oh my God, I'm sure we've got it somewhere. Oh my God, that shit this guy wrote. And he was just doing it for attention. That's all that's it. And they believed him.
Yeah.
Is that the guy that was trying to claim that $100,000?
Yes.
Yep.
You know
Pays
how
you a
long it took.
deposit slip.
Yeah, you know how long it took me to debunk him?
Probably about 4 fucking minutes.
Yeah, it actually took 30 seconds. You know what the guy forgot to mention?
I can't remember that.
Bear. He forgot to mention that there was a big
the
fucking
damn dog.
Yeah.
He
Oh
forgot about Bear.
Oh,
What an absolute dickhead. He writes this elaborate scheme of what he did, but he forgot to mention the fact that there was a big vicious dog on a chain. What an idiot.
And again, and he wrote all this really terrible stuff about Teresa and parts of her body. It was awful. It was like, oh my God,
Correct.
dude. Anyway.
Correct.
Any more questions, comments before we move on? We've got probably about 15 minutes or so left of this. We good, Susan, Rhonda, Alice?
Yeah.
Yep, I'm good.
All right.
Yep.
Let's get. I think they move into another part here. I think. Let's move forward.
It's just kind of one of those things. People will jump on it and take it somewhere that it probably never deserved to be. So, what?
Yeah, okay. It shines some light on our project, but I put it out just to get it out there and make it a beat in our story. We weren't going to make it a big thing, and it still won't, but
but it's important. It's an important aspect to show that, all the crap that's going on around the case and the people trying to, I don't know, make money off of it or make fame, and how much BS came out and things that people don't know, but they hear these stories on the internet and believe. So it's an important project to put out that this is what the facts are,
Right.
So one thing that I have never really resolved in my mind is why Kratz convicted both Dassey and Avery on different sort of timelines of the murder of Hellback. So I'm sort of confused, if that was just because he won't really get into that, and I don't know why. Do you think it's because he just wanted to get them both convicted, and it didn't
because
matter
he knows
if
how
kind of
ridiculous it was.
the stories on both?
Yeah, we confront him with that since he sat for interviews, and I think he made an effort to answer the question.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things that that's one of the tougher ones to deal with.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't mean that they weren't guilty. I'm just wondering if this is a common tool that prosecutors use to make sure they get people convicted. Because if he had tried to prosecute them both at the same trial, it wouldn't have worked.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean that you may be right. I mean, you're probably right.
Yeah.
He may. I'm trying to remember what he said because there's so much information related to this, to the project compared to our typical film. This is like 10 finished hours. When it's all said and done, I think he said they got a better understanding of some things, and his answer will be in the docuseries.
Yeah, and then that's something for people to look for.
Yeah.
So now, what is it that you want people to get out of this? What is at the end of the day, your project, your docuseries gets out there, and people watch it. What is it that you want them to walk away with?
I want them to walk away with a full understanding.
Jack 61, can I make a comment?
I want them to walk away with a law enforcement.
Please.
They've just now revealed their weakest link in their entire narrative. And guess who it is? Kratz.
Oh, absolutely.
They've just now admitted that the poison apple that's just been handed to them, the hand grenade with the pin pulled out, is Kratz.
Yep.
How on earth is anyone going to take Cam seriously when they have to deal with the special prosecutor very carefully and with mistrust? They just admitted that they can't work out what Kratz did in regards to Brendan and Stephen, how you have one victim and you've got two murder scenarios.
That's right.
Unheard of in the annals of crime history, and now the central tenet of their presentation is trying to explain Ken Kratz. They're in huge trouble already.
Huge trouble. Yeah, I remember listening to this before, and I thought the same thing. How are they going to get around that? And they can't.
Not with using honesty. They can't.
No.
Not if they're trying to be honest.
Well, I'm going to back this up 15 seconds and listen to what Sean says about what the host said. What do you want people to walk away with after watching Convicting a Murderer? I'll back it up 15 and listen to what he says.
At the end of the day, your project, your docuseries gets out there and people watch it. What is it that you want them to walk away with?
I want them to walk away with a full understanding of what happened. I want them to walk away with a law enforcement perspective, because those guys didn't cooperate with making a murderer, and partially because they were still working, and now we got a little lucky that they retired. And we want people to not take reporting at face value until people reporting have really earned their trust.
I got to interrupt right here because he just said that they wouldn't cooperate because of blah, blah, blah. But the one thing you can take away is that because they were still working the case. Well, that didn't stop them from the various authorities talking to reporters. I remember one specifically where Sergeant or Lieutenant Syme talked to that Tom Kirshner from whatever newspaper and was telling him, this was really early in the case too. This was like on the 6th. He was telling him all kinds of shit.
That's funny. And they were still working on the case too.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, of course, showing up at if you could also get from the various phone calls we've been playing that we've got, they had a press conference just about every day at 1:30 or 3:30 at one location or another. So
yeah,
that's bullshit. Yep. That's an absolute bullshit statement. And the reporters would line up at the feeding trough to get their daily bit so they could make their reports. And sometimes there would even be 2 press conferences.
Yeah.
So they could go back and to the feeding trough some more.
Correct. And Pagel makes that very, sorry, Alice. Pagel makes that very, very clear. They were drip feeding the media. They knew exactly what they were doing. And don't forget, Pagel actually went to several courses about media management. He knew exactly what he was doing and how he was doing it.
Yep, I agree, Doug. Alice?
Kelly in chat is asking if there is a link to what we're listening to because she's not heard it before. Will that be in the description or can she find it on Discord?
It's in the description.
Right.
I think. I'm almost positive I put it in there. If I didn't, here, I can drop the link as we're going through and listening. I can drop it right now in the chat, Kel. All right. Let's continue on and see what Sean wants us to take away from Convicting. And he also wants it from a law enforcement perspective. Don't forget that. Anyway, let's move on.
You just can't always accept it at face value. We want people to be skeptical.
And what it comes down to also is that if Stephen Avery actually is innocent and he was framed, they should be able to make that case with the truth, right?
Absolutely. And if this is what I told when at the beginning of this thing, when I got the law enforcement guys to agree to be interviewed, I said, if we find some evidence that you guys did wrong, I said, we will march the guy out with his attorneys. We'll run to them with the evidence. Like we ran to them with the Evans thing, whether they mock it or not. We're not going to withhold something that could be that relevant. So, but just do it fair and square, and I think it'll help to hear from these law enforcement guys too, on some of these issues that people bring up.
When is your planned date for release?
Jack 61, if I could just make a comment on what you just said.
Absolutely, Doc. Go for it.
There is a fundamental problem that Sean Reck just can't get into his head, and that is who collected the evidence.
That's right.
And that is what is in question from the get-go. The evidence, who collected it, how it was processed. So hence, if you're not dealing with a clean deck of cards, you cannot trust the evidence. Sean Reck believes that there's nothing wrong with the evidence. The evidence is kosher. The evidence is pure. We've shown, and many other researchers have shown, that a lot of the evidence is absolute bullshit. Take item FL for a start. Take the key. Take the hood latch swab. Take the cremains. Take the total absence of Cuss Road. Take the absence of Mitchell Quarry. There are a lot of problems with the evidence. So hence, that's why
the edited flower video.
You betcha. So hence, there is a dispute on the forensic evidence. Sean Reck cannot say we can liberate Stephen Avery on the evidence because the evidence was used to frame Stephen Avery. Did the defense make mistakes? Yes, they did. That doesn't mean that the forensic evidence is pure. There are a lot of issues with the forensic evidence because remember, it is the state. Yeah, it is the state that gathers the forensic evidence. It is the state that drives the narrative. It is the narrative and the forensic evidence that's in dispute.
Is he also going to mention all the Bradys that occurred?
No.
And can I also add that not only I lost my train of thought. Never mind. Dang it.
That were procedurally barred.
Procedurally barred. Yeah, that crap.
Well, that's another real issue for me. It doesn't matter if it's one side or the other. If the state comes up with something in a case that has already been at least somewhat presented, they come up with something new falls in their lap that's tied to that piece that shows somebody's guilty, I think they should be able to use it. It's a two-way street. This procedurally barred shit absolutely drives me bananas. It's one of those judicial things that I just don't agree with. I'm sorry, I just don't.
Shouldn't be. Yeah.
No, it absolutely shouldn't. Because a lot of material that Kathleen presented in her first 97406 motion, that doesn't mean it's not true. And that's the problem, because it is true. So
that's exactly it. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Let's move forward.
So, meeting will be done in March, and then we're going to show it to all the streamers. Some have reached out already. Of course, people want. Netflix has 40 million fans of this thing, so they want 40 million people to sign up for their service and try it out for free. And maybe this is the magnet or whatever. But I'd love it if this were on Netflix, to be honest with you. But we've got to choose the home for this.
I'm
Netflix,
sure you would.
Has purchased everything else we made crime-wise. It would make sense. But anyway, I mean, they trust our work.
Yeah.
But who knows? It'll end up somewhere. Probably, I'm sure we'd have a deal done by June, and then it's totally up to them when they want to run it.
Well, now, yeah, and I want to mention that. Now, you've got a couple of other features that you've done that are quite good. Your White Boy was a pretty amazing documentary, and they actually made a movie of it as well. How did you get involved in that story?
I just thought it was a fascinating story, and wanted to tell the story. Got access to Rick himself, the subject. They were doing the Hollywood thing simultaneously, and we actually cooperated with each other really well. It was just surreal having the screenwriter Scott Silver giving us notes, and this is the guy who wrote Joker.
Yeah.
He's sitting there telling us how to make the story better. Maybe that's why people like it so much. We got so much professional help, like big time Hollywood help in shaping the story. But everybody loves that film. It's a nice, pretty simple film about an over sentencing and political payback that you can see right now on Starz. Netflix just bought a license too, so it's actually going to end up on Netflix soon. Well, at some point, like in the next year and a half, and it's going to be on Netflix worldwide also. And then the other film we did that's a little more complicated, but it was our first wrongful conviction, was A Murder in the Park, and that's on Netflix. Mm-hmm. And that's a crazy double wrongful conviction, meaning a guy was wrongfully convicted, and to get him out, they wrongfully convicted somebody else. It's an insane story. And it ended up, becoming a lawsuit and everything, and changed the way they look at these cases a little bit in Illinois. And it was the original case was the case that ended the death penalty in Illinois. So it was really, really important, powerful stuff. And then we've got some other things. We actually, we're always like trying to correct narratives, and we've even got a film out that.
I'm going to skip forward because they're talking about other stuff. I'm really more interested in convicting, so I'm going to skip some.
It questions what America has done to the gospel. That distorted.
I think, and so now, do you have a website or a place that people can go and find out information about the movies you make?
Yeah, transitionstudios.com. Forgive us, it's a sparse website. We're working on it now, but there's some trailers and teasers for a few of our films, and then all of our projects have pretty robust Facebook pages. Convicting a Murderer on Facebook, A Murder in the Park on Facebook, White Boy on Facebook. They all, people can sit there and debate and
scream at each other.
Yeah, that's what they do. They're, it's pretty polarizing stuff. There's no doubt about it. I made when we announced this project, just on the name, I gave it this working title, Convicting a Murderer. I don't know what it's going to end up being called, but just on the name, I swear to God, I had about 1,000 enemies in 16 minutes after this project was announced. On the title alone, I should have thought that I should have written, Untitled Teresa Hallbach Project. I shouldn't have just come up with something catchy. That's probably a mistake.
Yeah. Well, I have that all the time. The love-hate relationship with the listeners. But
yep.
They keep coming back no matter what I call them.
Yeah, that's what we have. We have these, people like boycott this project. I will never watch this thing. It's an infomercial for the cops, which couldn't be further from the truth. And then, the other day, a few people said, "Who are we kidding? We're going to watch every minute of this thing, and we're at least going to tear it apart."
Yeah.
Which is, I think, is an honest assessment.
Yeah. That's fair enough. Hey, now, what's your opinion of Kathleen Zellner? And,
yeah, I was going to ask about that too.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. We're the only filmmakers who have had a hand in, getting 3 people out of prison in one way or another. We've done it directly, like in the case of Cleve Heidelberg, my partner Andy Hale got him out. In A Murder in the Park, we had a hand in a guy getting out. Hate to spoil it. And in White Boy, we had a hand in him, at least getting out of Michigan. We think we affected what happened a little bit. So we love changing history. We love fixing the narrative. We love seeing guys walk out of prison. I don't think anybody's walked more people out of prison than Kathleen Zellner. She's very good at what she does. And, man, I don't bet against her. She may find a way to get him out. Well,
I was curious to ask, do you think that she was influenced into taking this case largely on seeing the documentary? Because it seems to me, and I don't have anything disparaging to say about her either, but it just seems to me like when she first took the case, there were a lot of boisterous claims about what she was going to do and when she was going to do them, and it doesn't seem like a lot of that's been panning out.
She's walked a lot of people out of prison on a lot of legitimate stuff that was wrong. She was on the right side of it. I don't know if she's on the right side of this one. And she did come into it late. She came into it when it was almost too late to do anything. Mm-hmm. So I say don't count her out, but I mean, I'm not going to. I'd be guessing if I knew what her motives were. It doesn't hurt to be involved with this case.
Okay, it's we're moving into some pretty late times now, so I promised I'd get this last bit done. First of all, there's roughly about 3 minutes left of this, so I'm just going to end it here. I put the link in, and it's in the description, or if it's not, I will make sure it's in there to this particular interview. But I want to end it right here because I think we've got the gist of, his intent and everything else. So if there's anything else that wants to be said about that, let's get it out there. Doc, Susan, Rhonda, Alice.
I was just wondering. I did KZ watch Make It Man before? God, I can't think of her name. Skipping my mind all of a sudden. Steve's. No. Zellner. Before she was his girlfriend at the time, or had broke up. The older woman. Why can't her name?
Hartman?
Sandy
Greenman. Had she watched it before the letters and stuff from Sandy Greenman?
No.
But she didn't take the case until after she watched it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like Anthony Hill said, she doesn't. KZ's made it perfectly clear that she doesn't. After that one case where the guy, I think it was one of her first cases where the guy finally said he was guilty after she had represented him. He said she would never take on another guilty case, and she doesn't take a case if she thinks that they're guilty. So,
yep,
these guys are, whatever. Ugh, anyway, this is a joke. It's infuriating.
All right. With that said, I think Dr. Silkman has an announcement that we want to impart to all of our followers and viewers of our work as a whole. So I'm going to give the floor to Dr. Silkman before we present this last clip I've got of Michael Griesbach. So, Doc?
Where'd Doc go?
He must have stepped away for a minute. I'm not sure. Surely he didn't leave Australia. I mean, come on.
He says he'll be back in a few minutes, Jack.
Okay, all right. Let's. All right. While we're waiting on Doc to do his thing, let's go ahead and do this clip. Just a second here. Yeah. Darkside sent this to me, and she'd been in some conversations with Pete Moss, I think, and wanted us to play this. This is from Michael Griesbach's book, Indefensible, and some things that he said, which really don't make sense to me because we don't really have a lot of information on it. So this video that I'm going to, again, this is on YouTube, so I can only play, around 30-second clips at a time. So you just have to bear with me. I apologize for that, but we don't want to get a copyright strike. But it's a rebuttal, so we're allowed to play sections. So just 1 second here. Where am I at? Here we go. There, that's going to pop in there. So let's start this off here. This is about roughly 30 minutes into this thing. So, and I'm going to tell you, I've never listened to this. So this is going to be as much surprise to me as it is to anyone else that hasn't listened to it. So here we go.
Manipulates the viewer. So.
What were they doing there anyway? I thought you guys in your county were called off, and I think that's one of the big, feedback issues I have here is why were they allowed to go there and investigate, even if there was another cop there?
Right. They shouldn't have been.
All right, that's 20-something seconds, so let's break it here. So clearly he's doing an interview with this House of Mystery. Seems like I've heard of that before, but I don't recall. Anybody else listen? Has anybody else heard this besides, I guess, Darkside and Pete Moss? Anyone else listened to this interview before in the past? I mean, this was put out 10 months ago. It says down here at the bottom here. Rhonda, Susan, anyone?
Possibly.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm sure I've never heard it. Okay, so we're at 30:17. Let's listen to another less than 30-second part of this. Here we go.
I mean, the district attorney's office, myself and my boss, we were there. My new boss, because I helped a lot. He was brand new. Were called to the scene when it was still a missing person when her car was first found, and I was there for several hours until the remains of Teresa, the dog, hit on those remains. Then it became a homicide, an official homicide case. I mean, everybody suspected we'd probably find Teresa's remains there, but there was no guarantee of that. So,
all right, that's another 20-something second clip. So he says that him and other DAs, ADAs were there. I know that they were there, but at that point, they'd only found the vehicle. They hadn't found anything else on the 5th. And there's really not much reporting at all. I mean, other than I think it's in the summary report, Manitowoc summary report, about which ADAs and DAs were there. And if my memory serves, I said this yesterday, I'm sure there were 5. It was Kratz, Griesbach, Froelich, which he's also Manitowoc, an ADA, Rohr, that's 4, and I'm sure that there was another DA or ADA from either CASO or I don't think there's anybody from the AG's office there. I'm pretty sure it was from CASO to make the 5th prosecutor on the scene after the rifle was found. So let's listen to another 20-something seconds of Griesbach. We're at 30:49.
But at that point, when we know it's a homicide, and let's face it, Avery, the police might have denied it, but he was the main suspect. I mean, he called her out there, so let's call apples apples and oranges oranges here. But he wasn't the only suspect, by the way. They got the DNA from all the other Averys, too. But he was the main suspect, and as soon as Teresa's remains were found, myself and the DA backed off and left. I left.
What? What? I think this is a section that they have a question about. There were no remains found on the 5th. Where is he getting this from? Was he there also on the 8th as well? Is that what he's saying? Or is he just lying to draw attention to himself?
Well, he's got to be lying because he said as soon as the remains were found, me and him and the other DA backed off, he said.
That's right.
So,
what the hell's he talking about?
oh,
They backed off on the 5th.
Yep.
That's right. But no remains were found on the 5th.
Nope, he's lying.
Well, at least as far as we know. Does he know something we don't know? I mean, when a prosecutor, somebody like Griesbach makes a statement like this, it's got to be quantified. He's a prosecutor. He's not just a fly-by-night Jimmy Joe Bob hanging around on the side of the street telling a fish story, or is he? I question it.
Maybe he's talking about the 8th.
But he also turns round and says that they were there for several hours until the dog hit on the remains. The dog never hit on any remains.
That's right.
Again, maybe he's talking about the 8th. Cuss Road.
Yeah.
Well, that was actually the 7th Cuss Road was. The 8th was at the burn pit.
And when did they back off?
Well, it was the 8th. When there's nothing from them as far as the summary report after the 8th until March 1st, 2006, after they beat Brandon to death and got out of him what they wanted. So I have to question, this is an excellent find, Pete. Excellent. And thank you, Darkside, for approaching me with this. This is excellent. You get a gold star. And I think it's, Doc, I think it's probably Andy or Case 10's turn to buy the beer. So
definitely.
Or Jazz Naz.
Or Jazz. Hey, they could pool the money.
Yeah,
you know
we
what?
could all pull together.
Doc, since you're back, I'm going to turn this off. I think you have, in connection with what we were just listening to, you have something to tell us.
I do. And look, it's today was an excellent podcast, and I think a really good segue. And I think the time is right that we make an announcement to our dear listeners and people that have supported us over a long period of time through good times and bad times. But we would just like to announce to everyone that the Foul Play team were interviewed for the upcoming, shall I call it, shockumentary, Convicting a Murderer. So guys, our team, we were chosen and we were interviewed several years ago. Are we allowed to mention names, or we mention no names at the moment?
I think you can mention names. It's just not any content.
Correct. Our team was approached several years ago. The Foul Play team was approached several years ago by Brenda Schuller, who, as we all found out, was intimately involved with Andrew Colburn's lawsuit. I certainly wasn't aware of it at the time. And we did a series of interviews. All I can say, Jack 61, is that those interviews were very, very interesting. The types of questions that we were asked And all I want to say is it's going to be incredible. I think it's going to be amazing. I am so proud of the team. I'm so proud of everyone that was involved in those interviews. And the good thing is, Jack 61, we've got a record of all the recordings, right, guys?
That's right.
Yep.
So
no
be
shenanigans.
ready. If there's any shenanigans, we've got the original recordings. I must admit, it was a very surreal experience being interviewed by Brenda Schuller. There was a lot of things that I personally was not aware about her, and the type of questions that we got asked now make a lot of sense. Listening to what Sean Reck had to say, and I'm so proud of the team for being part of those interviews. And look, guys, none of us here on the Foul Play team know what our appearance will be. We don't even know how long we're going to be on. It could be minutes, it could be half an hour. We have no idea, right, guys? But I think now the time is ripe that we tell our listeners and our supporters that the Foul Play team will be making an appearance on Convicting a Murderer. I would imagine that the Twitter sphere and social media is going to go off the charts, right, guys? And it'll be interesting to hear your perspectives on how you thought everything went without, of course, disclosing content.
I would just like to say that we were approached the same as law enforcement were approached for making a murderer, to get our view on the case and tell our side of it. So that's why we did it. We didn't have anything to hide.
Yeah, this was to add to what Doc and Susan were saying. We didn't take this lightly. We discussed it at length before we made the decision to participate. We wanted our side, what we knew, at least at the time. We know so much more now than we did then. It's not even funny.
Correct.
So, yeah, I thought it was important to get at least what we knew at the time out into this documentary. And again, like Doc said, we have no idea if we're going to be in it for, well, we have no idea. We just don't know. I do know we spent a lot. We did 4 interviews, and we spent a lot of time in those 4 interviews. A lot. Not just 20 or 30 minutes. This went for a long time. So it's going to be interesting. I'm glad we did it. I just want to know what their underlying theme really is in what they present, and that we kind of get that, as Doc said, this segue from this interview with Sean back in 2020.
It was in 2020 we did the interviews. We did the interviews in 2020.
Yeah, fall of 2020 is when we did them. That's how long it's been. So, anyway.
TJ in chat says, Alice's interview, that bleep Kratz and those bleep, 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 bleep. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint, guys, but this happened. I am not on the panel at this point in time. I think I became a mod on Foul Play just after the guys did the interview and everything like that, but I support them 100% and everything that they did, and I did know about it afterwards, and I support my panel 100%. I'm just concerned that they are going to use a lot and maybe try and twist your opinions.
It's going to be a bad idea because they know that we recorded our end of it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, what that's a good thing. But we know how they can be, and we know they've got to edit things, and we understand that.
Sure.
But one of their complaints is that, ma'am put something in when it shouldn't have been put in, and they could do exactly the same with you guys, but then they would be hypocrites to be doing that. So I hope they do play your whole thing without editing it and things like that, and making
Well,
yous look
well,
silly and in a
well,
sense, like crazy fans and stuff like that. So,
well,
but no, I'm behind yous 100%, and I take my hat off to each and every one of yous.
well, I don't have to say anything, but I'll tell you what. There's one section, I'm not sure whether they'll show it, but I think I
They won't.
outdid Alice. Right, guys?
Yeah,
I
they
think I
won't.
outdid Alice.
Yeah,
There,
they won't. They won't show that one. No.
there's also the possibility all of our stuff may end up on the cutting room floor, so we just don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we don't.
exactly.
Correct. Yeah, 100% correct. But the good thing is, guys, I'm so proud. I've got tears of joy. I really do. I mean, think about it. This is a potentially a major production that's going to tell law enforcement side of the story. And here is a little old foul play team. We only had under 1,000 subscribers at that stage, not even. And we were specifically sought out and chosen to be part of the documentary series that's coming out. And that's a good honor. I think what is impressive is that our work has stood the test of time. We have been very diligent as a group. We have been very fair. And the good thing is that we have used official documents. And let me tell you right now, guys, and this is the impression I got, whoever has the documents has the power. And I'll tell you what, that's scary, because whoever has the information has the upper hand. And I think over the years, through a lot of hard work, Jack 61, Sunshine Christina, Just Rhonda, Susan, Alice, Dark Side of the Moon, I don't recall, Andy B, everyone, we've balanced the tables. We've balanced the tables because we've obtained a lot of information, a lot of documents, and we worked really, really hard. We've gone through Mr. Kratz's book. We've done 63 podcasts on just his book. And now we're doing Reading with the Crew. And we're so lucky that Jack 61 leads the open mics, and we have Sunshine Christina who does her podcast. And the whole aim is to educate people, open their eyes, and have a look, make up your own mind, do your own research. And we've provided an avenue for you to do that. Your Riz has done that map, 3D map of all the data, looking at the Avery salvage site. We've been open, we've been transparent, and we have a huge body of work behind us. And it's fantastic that people come on our show, they ask a question, they want additional information. Bang, we've got a presentation. Bang, we've got a podcast. Bang, we've got the documents. Let me tell you, all of our stuff is open, free, and accessible. Let me tell you right now, right, Jack 61, right, guys? The other side has not been forthcoming.
No.
And that's 100% truth.
Yep.
And that's,
And
that's the
and
other
it's gonna
side of that
show.
coin. That's right. It's like I said earlier, there are guilters out there that have a whole body of work, maybe not as much as we do, but they have things that we may not have. They were able to get it one way or another. I won't comment further because I feel certain that we're going to see at least photographic evidence in convicting that we've not been able to get. And if that happens, I'm probably y'all gonna hear me screaming, and my hair is gonna be on fire because not only me, but I mean yours, Rookie, and Seeking Truth. So many of us have tried to get these photographs and have been denied. So anyway, Yeah, it's I think this is a good thing. We've fought really hard. We've studied this case from one end to the other. We're rehashing things in a different light today than we did back then, and moving forward through all this, we know more. We're more educated. We're smarter, and we can see the shortcomings of this case. There's no doubt about it. So anyway, I'm not going to belabor that anymore. Thank you so much,
The
Doc.
Oh, not at all. I just wanted to make the comment. None of us have seen what's in Convicting a Murderer. We have no idea. We have never seen a preview. No one has given us any information. No money has exchanged hands. It was all done on our own time. All of us had signed a non-disclosure agreement. We had to keep our mouth shut for what? 2.5 years. And we did that. And what we did, guys, we put our nose to the wheel and we kept on going and we kept on looking for the truth. And, I put my hand on my heart. I couldn't be prouder to be part of this team, this group. And I hope Convicting a Murderer shows us as we are.
Absolutely. That's all we want. We want what we said out there as we said it. And, because, if they're truly looking for this other side, then, play whatever portion of our interviews that they can play. I totally agree.
And my final point, guys, is that I know this is going to sound surreal, but most of the conversation, right, guys, was about the 1985 case.
Yes.
We actually did not discuss very much about the evidence in the murder of Teresa Halbach.
No.
It was very, very bizarre. The focus was on the 1985 case. And of course, the foul play team had a lot of documents and info. We don't have it all, but we had worked really hard in the 1985 case. So hopefully everyone, if they show what we discuss, will be suitably impressed.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with that. So, is Darkside still here? Darkside, is there any more of this interview that did you want me to go forward a little bit more? We've not played very much. We played a minute and 20 seconds. I guess I could do another little section here before we get out of here. Let me turn this back on because we're let's see. Yeah, we just clicked over 4 hours just a minute ago. So let's do this right quick, and then we're gonna do our goodbyes and get out of here and get about to eat because I know I'm damn hungry. So, all right. There we go. All right, I'll play another 25 seconds or so. See if there's anything else to add to this. So here we go.
Left. I don't know if he left immediately. The police are unto themselves, the sheriff's department. They thought that with the size of the Calumet County force, which is, probably a fourth of the size of Manitowoc, boy, it'd be kind of tough for them to search that whole property. So the sheriff or whoever decided that they'd sort of compromise, and you can't. You either have a conflict or you're not. You're either pregnant or you're not, is the simile or the metaphor that police...
Yeah, I got a halt right here because we're approaching the 30-second mark. That's interesting. He's talking about they pulled out of there and left, and then he starts talking about the Manitowoc County Police Force, about them. Again, they were there until the 8th and actively involved, clearly. After that, we went to nothing. It went really quiet for what they were still around, don't get me wrong, but the appearance-wise, they were not actively doing anything except, I know they were involved in setting up roadblocks and some of the more peripheral support stuff that they actually should have been doing to begin with. So I'll play this little section out here a little bit more. Hopefully he can finish his thought here, and then we can end this and move on.
Lawyers use. But they decide as long as another jurisdiction police officer is with Manitowoc County officers as they search, that's what we're going to do, and that'll provide any kind of assurance that Manitowoc is not planting evidence, and they shouldn't have, or if they did, they should.
All right, that's 27 seconds. I'm going to end it right there. I will also link this in the, if I haven't, I can't remember if I put this one in there or not, but if I haven't, I will link this in the video description at the time link where I started at. It's right around the 30-minute mark. Excellent find, just excellent to hear this guy talk. So hopefully that gets out there what you wanted me to play, Dark Side. Now, is she still in the Discord with us, or no? She leave?
She's there. Well.
Oh, yeah, there
sure.
she is. Yeah, she's here. Is that pretty much cover it, Dark Side?
Yeah, it does.
Excellent. Well, again, I'll put in the link, so anyone that wants to listen to the rest of Griesbach can do so. So,
Jack.
Yep.
If I could just make the comment, because a lot of people were asking questions in chat. Unfortunately, we never really got the chance to have open discussions about a lot of the contentious issues in the murder of Teresa Halbach. The main focus of the questioning, and remember, Jack 61, remember guys, the questioning all of a sudden stopped abruptly. Everything came to a grinding halt.
Yeah.
Just as we were going to discuss the forensic evidence in the murder of Teresa Halbach, everything just suddenly stopped, and there was a focus on Andrew Colburn. Now we understand why, because we all looked at each other thinking, wait a minute, you're talking about the murder of Teresa Halbach and you're focusing on Andrew Colburn? What the hell?
Yep.
So a lot of the contentious issues, Ida Maffel, the coroner, many of those things were never discussed. The questions were never asked. The interviews came to an abrupt halt, and that was the end of that. So guys, please don't be disappointed. We were ready. We had a mountain of stuff to discuss, but our interviews suddenly got cut short.
Yep, and we don't know why. We really don't know why. Didn't hear anything. As far as we knew, they were supposed to continue after the first, end of the year, then after the first of the year, and then nothing. It just went away. So we had absolutely no control over that. So, all right. Is there anything else? We're over 4 hours, and it's longer than I really intended to stay for. I knew this was going to be a long one. With all the material that I wanted to get into this. Certainly these, we don't always have to listen to dispatch calls or, go through the depositions. I'm glad to do these other projects because they're connected and it all adds. And again, we don't know what the hell happened behind the scenes. You have a guy like Griesbach. We have no idea what the phone conversations and so forth. I think about, remember guys, the evening of November 5th, and we had an AAG calling Manitowoc Dispatch in a huff. He was all flustered. He had just talked to Skrolinsky, and he needed to talk to DA Rohr right now. He was really beside himself.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, I mean, so you just never know these odd inroads that an event really happened, and we have absolutely no information on it. Nothing.
No. No.
It's really irritating, Doc, for me.
Oh, it is. It is very much so, and that's why, thank God for the cadaver and scent dogs, because they actually revealed the true narrative of what was happening, and of all, talk about irony, right, Jack 61, right, just Rhonda, Susan, everyone.
It's such an excellent series that you're doing on this, and what they did, and all this activity with the dogs that was just buried.
Oh, 100%. And the point I was going to make, who stopped Loof from crossing the crime scene tape?
Poggle.
Sheriff Pagel. I need say no more.
All righty. Let's go down the list here right quick. If anybody's got anything, let's get it out there so we can get out of here and let people go. We've had a really nice crowd tonight. A lot of support, and again, I really appreciate it, guys. I just want the truth out there. I want the full story. I want all of it. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm with Foul Play, and they want the same thing. So let's go down the list. Alice, you got anything before we go?
All good. Just thanks to everyone in chat. The podcast has been brilliant. And everybody in chat has thought it was brilliant as well. So that's fantastic. So let's get finished and get some sleep.
Yeah, it's quite late for you. What time is it for you? 4 in the morning?
3:15 in the morning.
Late enough. Yeah. No, I can't thank you enough for sticking. You're tough. And Andy B, it's got to be right around the same time for you, buddy.
Yeah, it's 3:15, and thanks for keeping me up to 3:15 again.
My pleasure, man.
I've really enjoyed it again, but I might not in the morning.
Well, I know it's going to be an early. I don't know what time you rise and get to work, but we really appreciate you.
Oh no, it's bank holiday for us tomorrow morning, so I can stay in bed.
There you go. There you go. Well, thanks, Andy. Thanks for sticking, man. Really appreciate it.
No worries. Pleasure. Signing off.
and Darkside, if you don't want to talk, then that's fine. I know you're. Hey, there she is.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining. Catch you later.
Hey, thanks for staying up, Darkside. I really appreciate it. And all the work you do. Super Mod. And Cherie.
Thanks, everybody. It was a very good podcast.
Well, thank you. Yep, some good information. And Susan?
Very interesting tonight, Jack. Thanks so much. And thanks, everybody, for being here. See y'all next week.
Excellent. Thanks, Susan. Sister Rhonda?
Yes, thank you so much, Jack. It was great podcast with lots of interesting information. A lot of things to piss me off.
You're
But that's
welcome.
okay. Yeah, just real quick, if you hadn't heard already, and have been following a little bit along with us about Richard Glossip, this the Supreme Court of the United States has stayed his execution for now, so we won't be having an execution on the 18th of May, and that's a good thing. So
Thank God.
yeah.
All right.
That's got it. Thanks, everyone.
Yep. We'll be with Rhonda on Thursday when she does her next, I guess, presentation on the Daniels case. Is that where we're headed?
Yep.
Excellent.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're gonna talk some more about Janie Liggins and tossing around showing a video in lieu of the Liggins part and showing like introducing you to the detectives. So we're thinking about that too instead. So anyway, there'll be something Thursday.
Excellent. I'll be there.
Thank you.
And Doc, final thoughts.
This was a freaking awesome podcast, Jack 61. Really excellent. Very frustrating listening to half the stuff, but beautifully done. Fantastic participation by everyone, including everyone in chat. Awesome. And believe it or not, I found even more material for the next reading with the crew. Things just keep falling out of the sky, so to speak, and can't wait to do the next episode. Learning so much. And yeah, can't wait, guys. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thanks, Doc. And whatever you get, just we'll do what we've been doing. We'll just prepare it just like a new one. So, Alrighty, guys. If you like what we're doing, what we've done, remember, like, share, give us a sub, share with your friends, and hopefully we'll get more people involved. That's what we're all about. We want more eyes on this, not less. We want everything out in the open and not closed. That's our way. So with that said, I'm going to say this has been a Foul Play production.
Good night, John Boy.